this was metal, no, it was metal, but the plastic,
That is a worst case scenario. No.
well, it was, yeah, they were 10 years old and, they were starting to kind of get real color. When they took them off, they said some of them just kind of cracked.
Oh.
So I have that.
Test, test, test. Test.
I can hear you, Marcia.
Thank you. We're ready to begin.
Good evening, Greg. This is
Good
Michael,
evening.
Board President. It's 6 o'clock and I will call the meeting to order. Can we have roll call, please?
Director Danziger,
Here.
Director Hassler,
Here.
Director Hassler's participating from Colorado. Director Jex,
Here.
Director Jorgen.
Here.
President Romer.
Here. Let's do the pledge of allegiance. And the flag is over to our left. Thanks, Marcia. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item 2, public comment on closed session items. Do we have?
And we do not have any public comment.
We will then close the session. We will then close the open session and go into closed. I'm muting my right.
Testing one.
Sad.
The time is 7:04 and we're ready to begin. President Romer.
Jeez, that's horrible. There was one of those in Texas the other day.
Mike Romer, Chair and President, I will call the open session to order. I think we want to reconvene the meeting and call roll.
Director Danziger.
Here.
Director Hassler.
Here.
Director Hassler is participating from Colorado by Zoom. Director Jex.
Here.
Director Jorgen.
Here.
President Romer.
Here. We have nothing to report from the closed session action. Agenda item 6.1, the second reading and adoption of ordinance number 24-02, an ordinance of the Moraga-Orinda Fire Protection District, establishing and adopting a schedule of fees and collections for ambulance transport and superseding ordinance number 01.01.
Good evening, directors. At the April 17th, 2024 board meeting, the board approved the introduction and first reading of ordinance 2402 of the Moraga-Orinda Fire Protection District, adopting a schedule of fees and collections policies for ambulance transport and superseding the prior ordinance. This would take effect July 1st, 2024. The district has given public notice of its intention to establish and impose the fees specified in the fee schedule included as attachment A on page 5. The public notice was published in accordance with Health and Safety Code, section 13916 Bravo and section 6066 of the Government Code. In addition, all interested parties were invited to attend the public hearing or submit written comments regarding proposed revisions to the schedule of fees, collections policies for ambulance transport. No written comments have been received as of the board package posting date. Emergency medical services are partially paid for by ambulance transport recovery fees and non-transport emergency medical service cost recovery fees. The district's ambulance service agreement with Contra Costa County EMS includes a provision for the annual modification of emergency medical services fees. Staff recommends the increase in fees as listed below. Of note, the first three fees, which are based on are human-based fees involving district members, are increased at 5% based on our most salary increase, whereas mileage and oxygen administration are indexed to consumer price index at 1.97%. Our recommendation is the board discuss, invite public comment, and adopt ordinance 24-02, establishing our updated ambulance transport fee schedule.
Questions of staff? I'll open the hearing. Preliminary board comments, anything? Public comments?
We do not have any public comment.
Questions by the board? Discussion by the board?
I move we adopt ordinance 24-02.
I'll second.
Vote please.
So we do need to open public comment on this because it's adjourned, just for the motion.
Sorry, let's do so.
We did. Oh,
And we do not have any public comment. Director Jorgen, Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Hassler.
Aye.
Director Jex.
Aye.
Director Jorgen.
Aye.
President Romer.
Aye. 7.1, brief information only reports related to meetings attended by director at district expense. Any? Hearing none, we'll move on to 7.2, questions and informational comments from board members and staff.
I'll just make one comment is I attended the open house.
Yeah,
I did too.
so did I.
Yeah, they both were there and I think it was run very well and I think the weather brought us some more participants from the community came in. It was raining that day and I thought it was very well done.
I agree.
Lots of good community support, lots of good educational opportunities. The firefighters all looked terrific and
Yeah.
it was nice to communicate with all of them. It was great.
Congratulations and thanks to all of the staff who were there and participated. And I noticed Dennis Raines here and the support unit that turned out is very helpful in setting up, taking the part and presenting things as well. So.
And we got to meet the new recruits.
Correct.
Exactly.
They're
Yes.
cooking food and serving and they were great.
It's great. Good guys.
Communication, 7.3, communications received.
And directors, I would just like to call your attention to the second attachment, which was a post inspection survey filled out by a resident commending Inspector Steve Chow for his work, making her aware of the requirements and how to come into compliance. I would note, it is exceedingly rare for a fire inspector to receive positive feedback regarding there. So this speaks to not only his mastery of the topic, but the method with which he delivers that information. I'd like to call that to the board's attention.
That's great.
Duly noted and appreciated.
I'll just make one note on the other note that we received regarding the LAFCO and election that Mike McGill reelected. He is an Orinda resident.
Nice.
7.4, fire chief updates.
We'll begin with the finance report from Mary Smith.
Good evening, directors. We have a brief finance report tonight. We'll start with the strike team reimbursement update. The strike team receivable to date is $652,000. We have received payments of $632,000, so our net receivable outstanding is about $20,000. Next slide, please. Tunnel East Bay Hills financial update. The project budget is $6.3 million. We have invoiced to CAL FIRE as of 12/31, $2.1 million. And we have received payments from CAL FIRE of $2.1 million, so we have no outstanding receivable. We have just submitted an invoice for the first quarter of 2024, and that's in the amount of $191,532. So those are the current expenses outstanding. Again, payment was received for the fourth quarter invoice on May 9th, and the invoice for the first quarter was submitted to CAL FIRE on April 30th. Treasury bill update. The district now has $30,680,000 invested in treasury bills. You can see the maturities listed below. They range from May through October. And staff continues to project cash flows to determine the amount of reinvestment available when treasury bills mature. That concludes my report, unless there are any questions.
I would just like to comment, thank you so much for bird dogging the payments, because, when you're earning 5% on the money when it's out, you can't earn the 5% when the money's outstanding. So thank you. And I also understand that the money that we're receiving from the treasuries is roughly a point higher than we would be receiving from the county otherwise. So, 1% on $30 million is a lot of money.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Human Resources, Christine Russell.
Good evening. Good evening, directors. Not sure. Good evening, directors. Okay, thank you. Tonight I have a very brief HR update. So for firefighter paramedic trainee, unfortunately, one of the trainees that was going through the Confire Academy did not pass. So we have 4 on track to graduate this coming Monday on 5/20, and there are several directors that will be at the graduation.
Could you tell us what time that is?
Yes, it's at, I believe it's at 6 o'clock at the Lesher Center in Walnut Creek.
I know I signed up. I'm hoping to go.
Yes, you did.
Others
Yeah.
going?
Mhm.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so we have
Yeah,
3.
I have 3 that I sent to my Confire HR contact. And then the person will be giving me more information by the end of the week with your seating assignments and directions and things like that.
Good,
So
thank you for
yeah.
doing that.
Mhm. And then additionally, the individual that was scheduled to start the Alameda City Fire Academy had a personal injury, and so he will not, unfortunately, be able to participate. So
We have a backup.
We do not.
not at this time.
Is that person going to be able to participate later?
We don't know. It's a significant injury, and we'll monitor their status. And when they when they get to a point that they're physically capable of attending academy, we'll assess our needs and the availability of academy. So they return to the eligibility list once they feel.
Right.
Do they have a certain amount of time that they can still come back?
The list will remain eligible until our next hiring process.
Okay.
We can extend it for up to an additional year.
Right. All right. And unless there's any other question, this concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Next, we'll have the fire marshal report, Jeff Isaacs.
Good evening, directors. This evening's fire marshal report, I wanted to focus on our juniper and bamboo enforcement that started January 1st of this year. So what the team did was prior to the issuing of any pre-citations, we went out, inspected the district and left flyers, little door hangers on the homes where we had noticed the juniper. Approximately 3 weeks later, we then went back, if the juniper remained, and issued the pre-citation notices. You'll see we originally noticed 874 properties or issued 874 pre-citation notices. Given folks 30 days to comply. After 30 days, we came back. Out of that 874, we ended up issuing 156 $100 citations. That number then significantly dropped down to 64 $200 citations. We have the number going back up with the 500 just because a couple of the properties have been issued multiple $500 violations. We have granted 86 extensions, time extensions that people asked for, additional 2 weeks, additional month. We still have 47 open cases. That's a combination of folks refusing where we're giving them the $500 citation or still working through those time extensions. Happy to answer any questions that the directors may have.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
I thought you answered any questions.
Yes.
Right, okay. So I wanted to ask about the use of the West Coast Code Consultants.
Yes, sir.
So I see that we're still using them. And it's been about a year now that we promoted our person to be on plan review. What's going on with that? How's it going? And
The inspections are keeping Steve busy,
is there
sir.
just too many?
Too many
Right,
inspections right now and multiple re-inspections with our state mandated occupancies, our e-occupancies, our property transfers. So I started bringing him on board little by little. He was doing the accessory dwelling units or the small plan review to get his feet wet, and we've been putting him through the training, so he will be ready to go. We just can't get there because of the number of inspections that he's doing right now.
Right, so
The plan is still to transition out of that. It's just taken longer than I anticipated.
okay. Because of the number of building permits being pulled, things like that, is that?
More having to do with re-inspection, sir.
Re-inspection.
Less on the permit. The permit side is largely going, not largely, but a significant amount that's going to WC3. The return interval, every time we have to go back to conduct an annual inspection, re-inspection, that's the equivalent of another inspection.
Okay.
And we are at 2, 3, 4 revisits to a number of these sites, which consumes an awful lot of time and effort that's keeping him fully subscribed there. We can pick up additional capacity with WC3 for plan check.
Mm-hmm.
So we funnel it that way. If everyone followed the clear, simple written instructions that were provided after the first inspection, we would be moving off the WC3 resource much more quickly because we would have additional capacity.
So are we, oh, sorry. Go ahead, please.
The citations have been issued and collection questions. What percentage of this would be collected?
If we don't waive them, sir, if the folks haven't come and said, hey, I did the work, these were the circumstances, request a fee waiver. Pending those, we will get 100% collection. Unless they request a hearing also and come before the board.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So on the building inspections, are we, I think we're doing things that maybe we hadn't done in the past, different, either more frequently but are we expecting that kind of once they get up to speed this year and we've done the full inspection and they meet everything, that next year, hopefully there'll be fewer things when we go back and re-inspect them?
Yes, sir. That is the hope.
Hopefully next year there'll be less. Yes, sir. Our experience causes us to insert hopefully as a modifier to that statement.
For an example, sir, when Steve goes out to a school site and he's looking for, originally 5 pages of violations, we're down to 2 pages. He's now finding new violations. And it's educating the staff. You can't do certain things, that they're doing that violate the fire code. So it's ongoing educational process. And as Chief said, I really hope that our education enforcement is going to work and less time next year.
5 pages.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And Tunnel East Bay Hills.
Yes. Crews started working again this week on the Tunnel East Bay Hills. Fuel break, we're continuing to burn piles. We're working in areas of the fuel break that we haven't worked before. So we're just outside of Wilder, moving towards Canyon and Flicker Ridge right now. So everything's going good. Hopefully no additional rain to muddy up the fire trails.
And we've been taking good advantage of the late rainfall and the unseasonably late green up with regard to grass and so forth. We're still actively burning piles. Dennis will provide more today and this week as an example. We normally would be well out of prescription for pile burning because we'd be concerned about the surrounding fuels being receptive and pile creep becoming a thing. That is not the case. And we're taking advantage of that to mitigate a number of piles that we thought would have been carried over to next week.
And the reason is because we had that rain recently?
It's the quantity of rain this evening or this winter, how late it went into the season, the fact that we've only had a couple of dry days. We haven't had a lot of hot curing days, and that latest rain didn't hurt. But if things were farther along to green up or into curing out, it wouldn't have mattered. All right, next, Dennis will provide an update on our home hardening grant program and the gutter glove distribution.
Good evening, directors. Thank you for your time tonight. We are at this point working with the Gutter Glove Company to do a direct to residents to our grant awardees shipment to them. We are just signed the purchase request and it's going for the Orinda Homeowners Association for about $13,000 worth of materials that will go directly to their HOA, and their maintenance staff will do the installation of that material for us or for them. That will be nice. We did have about 50% of the folks that requested materials from the last order, big order that we did. We had shipped to Station 41. Weren't able to pick it up on time. The volunteers that were helping me with it were kind of wearing out. So the fire prevention, the mitigation specialist, and I, over the last couple of days, have been gently packaging that stuff up, and we plan on sending out an email to all those folks that we didn't have the materials for when they came to pick it up last time, saying you can come pick it up behind the fire station. So everything has been wrapped and tagged and has the screws and everything with it. So it'll be a self-serve thing to save staff time on doing that, although it took us a while to package everything up. So we're moving ahead and hoping to get it's shipped direct done. Gutter Glove actually reduced the price of their product. We changed products to a similar product that's the same quality, and they reduced the price by $20 a box to cover the shipping directly to the residents. So we're looking forward to getting that up and running here in the next few weeks, and carry that till the end of the year and then start again in fiscal year 24-25.
So you're gonna have residents are gonna be able to come there and it's gonna have their name on it, they just pick it up and go, is that what we're?
Yeah, the last order we miscalculated and we didn't have enough material for everyone that we committed, that we said we'll have your material ready for you. So we were there and they just kept coming. So we ran short, we gave our apologies and we reordered that material, and it came in. And so now we're redistributing it to the folks that didn't get it the last time.
And what about, like a neighbor of mine today, I was doing an assessment at her house and she didn't have gutter guard. She said, can I just go online and order? And I said, I don't know.
Very shortly, once
Okay.
we get the ship direct to resident piece going up, I need a few more numbers from the Gutter Glove people just to make sure that we're all on the same page. She'll be able to go to our website, put in her grant request, we'll review it, make sure it's a district resident and everything is signed and proper. We will ship every 2 weeks that information off to Gutter Glove. They will ship direct to the resident and then invoice us after that. So we're perfect.
Wow.
The model that we're using is that we are the Home Depot of Moraga-Orinda, and cut out the middleman and all the handling. So pretty excited about that.
Okay,
Great job.
wow.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank
I
you.
want to express my personal appreciation and a couple of quick questions. I brought for show and tell the new example of the new gutter guards that Dennis and his hardworking crew of 5 were working on Monday to replace the gutter guards that I bought on my own dime and personally installed years ago. And comparing the two, the new ones that the department is recommending and distributing appear to be substantially better than the ones that were on the market that I bought several years ago. But the follow-up, and I've done all this on my own personal time, in part to learn what we need to do with regard to following up on making sure that the money's well spent. Because I know from personal experience that I think I covered about 96% of all of my gutters, but there are also gaps, for example, between my home roof and my garage roof. It's about a 2-inch section that I know from 2 years, I have to get up there every week and use an electric leaf blower to blow out the accumulation of fuel that I know would have caught fire or very well could have if I hadn't covered it. It's covered now, but it raises the question of how well do we know that the gutter guards, the venting, that is really doing 100%, having 100% effectiveness in protecting these homes from fire. Is there a way that we can, and I'm not meaning to put you on the spot because maybe this is the subject for a future agenda item. How do we go back, look at whether people who have picked up the gutter guards, they're not sitting in the garage, number one, they've actually been installed, they've been installed properly, and they haven't missed the places where the leaves can get under that they may not have even thought about.
So we've asked residents who have received them to send us pictures once installed. We've built a pretty good album of what right looks like. But what you're talking about is a very detailed assessment.
It is.
That we could do, but that would mean we would not be chipping, we would not be pile burning, we would not be conducting juniper enforcement. So I mean, this is a question of resource allocation. I
Right.
defer to the board, obviously, with direction with regard to what we ought to be prioritizing. It is not what I would put at the top of the list, however.
And do we have a general sense as to
No
when
idea.
we're looking back at this, whether it's 10% or 98% of people who are really getting?
No idea, sir. We
No
know,
idea.
we know what we have distributed, and we know generally where it has gone, but that's the end of the line.
All right.
Do we keep track of, like on a map or something where they all are going? And so
Yeah.
I assume that the hope in the future is that we'll have a nice map and we'll be able to go say, hey, here are the 5 in this neighborhood that don't have them. And then target those, be a little more proactive and somehow target those people so that we have 100% coverage in a neighborhood, because we all know that communities matter, not just individual homes. So
It's also something that Firewise is doing, could be doing, and we could help them
Yes,
out.
well, and in fact, the Orinda Woods is a Firewise neighborhood that George Jorgens contacted, and they said, we want to do this for our whole community up here. So
Right.
that's an option, but it still is, we need somebody to sponsor it. And I think what the folks at Orinda Woods would tell you, had they not had a paid executive director up there to help organize and distribute, collect the information, there wasn't be one homeowner that would do it. So I think the direct shipment is really going to be till we run out of money, going to be much easier for everybody to sort of manage and make sure that they get it.
but we can also make the data available to the Firewise people in that neighborhood so they can go help check up and
Good point.
know who has done it and who hasn't done it, because then they can put a little pressure on the people who haven't done it yet, or we give them the opportunity to also do it.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of mileage to be gained by a little bit of follow-up and a little bit of patching.
Yeah.
Good, thank you. Great job.
Very
Thank you.
much.
And thank you for doing the burning in
Yeah.
the last 2 weeks too. I know there's been a lot of great fire burning that's going on. Thank you.
Operations,
I think we're
Chief Lewis. Lambert?
gonna go out of order. Are you gonna lead it?
Yes. Hey, good evening, directors, members of the public. This evening, I'm going to invite Engineer Steve Rognes to come and give a presentation on a program that he's been working on regarding GIS that we work with, certainly through operations, but across all of the programs across our organization. Engineer Rognes.
Thank you, Chief Lambert. Yes, my name's Steve Rognes. I'm an engineer at Station 42 on C Shift, and tonight I'm going to talk to you about GIS and mapping in our district here. I've got a past in mapping back in college. I got a degree from California State University of Chico, bachelor's degree in geography with an emphasis on cartography. So I've always had an interest in maps. And then when I got into the fire service, I decided to take a GISS class where I got to learn how to make maps on large fire incidents.
On short notice, I don't mean to interrupt, but I've been a big fan of yours ever since I looked at that huge map that you put up on the wall of the St. Mary's conference room in a practice evacuation.
Oh, thank you.
And I think pretty short notice.
Yeah,
So your skills are appreciated.
So I went out on fires and gained valuable experience. I worked on some of the largest fires that we've had in the state. And after my first season in 2020, I came back and Chief Winokur and I met and discussed with a shared vision that we needed to take my skills, knowledge, and experience back to the district and create a GIS mapping program here.
One of the things I would like to emphasize that we could have spent a lot of time and money sending Steve to conferences and classes and so forth. But as with the CSU system, learn by doing. What we landed on was that he could learn more quickly in a more applicable setting if we employed him in an operational environment, sending him out as a GIS specialist attached to an incident management team, working not only in the complex operational environment that many of these fires were, but working side by side with other fire service practitioners so he could learn from their experience. And some of the folks he was paired up with are literally the best in the business. And Steve would spend 14 to 21 days locked in a trailer with them in a fairgrounds in far northern California with literally a windowless trailer, working 12 to 14-hour days learning this stuff. And what he has brought back from that far exceeds anything we could have gotten from an academic setting. And so we appreciate his willingness to explore this, his willingness to execute on the district's investment in resources and time and some equipment that we had to get him, that he's now converted into something that is essentially priceless.
Next slide, please. So to build a program from scratch was a lot of work, and it took a lot of collaboration. Called our neighboring agencies, Contra Costa County Fire, East Bay Regional Parks, to collect that data. We really couldn't make any maps without the data. So started by collecting data from the surrounding agencies and also by creating layers myself, and then also we can collect that data in the field. So there's kind of the three ways that you get data. And it took a long time. You can see this folder structure on the far left are all of our base data in folders. And then it goes into just one file there. And that file opens up into all these different layers. And then on the far right, you can see some of our current stuff that we're working on, such as our burn piles and chipping that you probably see a lot of in our meetings. So a map, when you look at a map, there's multiple layers. The boundary of our fire district would be one layer. The parcels of all of our homes in the district, that would be another layer. So it takes a lot of layers to make a map, and each layer is linked to a bunch of data. Next slide. So I'm going to go into one of our projects in a little more detail that really will give you an idea of how it all works. The first big project that it did was our hydrant maintenance program. Every year, crews go out and inspect all of our 1,500 hydrants in the district to make sure they're well maintained. And I built this project based on the data that we used to use from Tanya Hoover, Fire Marshal Hoover, back in the early 2000s. But this is how we would have to collect it with pen and paper. And the hydrants that you see around the district, they have different colors. The caps have a different color, and the top, which is the bonnet, has a different color. And that has a meaning to us as firefighters when we go out on a call to know what kind of water we're going to get, how much water and how much pressure. It's very important to us. And so that's why we make sure that these hydrants are maintained. So I took a GIS, and next slide goes into our crews that went out annually would take their mobile devices from the apparatus and I configured this through the software. So they can choose their map from their crew and their own map, and then they select the hydrant they want to work on. And you can see the second picture here, that's the hydrants. The third picture going to the right is all the different fields. So what is the bonnet color? What is the cap color? What, all the different things that need to be operational. If they choose any one of those fields, then they go on the far right and they have a quick drop down. Very quick and easy and intuitive way to collect that data instead of flipping through pages to find which hydrant am I on and marking how to get that data. They press submit. Next slide. This all comes to me directly as soon as they press submit. All of this data comes to me, and this is just one layer on the map. This is how much data comes in. The next slide. And then in a final product, we get a map. So here's our hydrants. You can see the different colors. So now these, we have wall maps in each station. And when the crews are heading out the door, they can see these hydrants and what hydrant they're going to be faced with when they go on a fire. This makes our job very efficient, and they can know what kind of water they're going to be faced with before they even get in their apparatus to go out the door. So, and that is just one project. These are many different projects that we currently have. I'm sure you've heard a lot about the chipping and burn piles and prescribed fires. A lot of different maps in our prevention, and the fuel mitigation specialists are out every day with their mobile devices collecting data. All that comes to me, and I can create maps. Same thing in operations, a lot of different projects that we have currently. And then with all the different projects, we can display that data in different ways. On the next slide shows you in dashboards, I can take all that data, configure a dashboard, and get all the graphs and different ways to display. And that shows what kind of progress we're making on all these different projects.
If I could add two elements of color before any questions the directors may have. First, on the list of projects he was working through, one of them that was just lost in the crowd there was the fire danger signs. Before Steve and Dennis put their heads together, changing the fire danger signs that are spread throughout the community was a full day job for two folks, meaning they were not doing anything else, chipping, inspecting, etc. With Dennis's harnessing the volunteers and Steve building the interface and the display. Now, when we are updating the fire danger signs, it is all happening in the system. We can track the status of them. We can share the status of them. And we freed up 2 district employees per day every time we change the status. That happens 10 times a year, give or take. So we've recovered 20 person days worth of labor as a result of this work. The other thing to emphasize is that as these dashboards are available and as we can play with the different layers with regard to inspection activity, fire adapted community ambassador activity, firewise neighborhoods, fuel break areas, pile burning, chipping, etc. Jeff and I, when we're coming up with the annual priorities, we hide and unhide layers, and very quickly a story emerges about where we have interest, where we have a lack of interest, and we overlay that against fire modeling, showing us where we have the points of entry into the community. And that forms the basis of our annual prioritization process for inspections and how we explain what we have done. It also allows us to track trends over time, see how many self-reported compliance inputs are we getting in neighborhoods that were inspected in the prior year, which is an excellent indicator of whether or not the work that was done before is being carried forward. So as we hide and or mask and unmask layers, that is very informative as we try to understand the state of the district and where we should allocate our wildfire risk reduction resources to the next year. So this is what we use to come to the end.
Very impressive.
Thank you.
And very incredibly useful.
Question,
Director Jackson.
the hydrants,
Yes, sir.
the coloring and so forth.
Mhm.
The last time this was ever discussed, I don't know, it's been probably several years. And the East Bay Mud was responsible for the testing. We're not testing the water pressure to see that it complies with what it's marked as.
Yes, sir. So East Bay Mud is state law says that the municipal water purveyor shall perform and record testing It doesn't define how that is done. East Bay Mud uses a calculation. So they have, as they said, when they appeared before the board about 5 years ago now, following that fire in Moraga, East Bay Mud said hydrants don't fail. That is their official position. So they don't conduct annual inspections or maintenance of hydrants. The fire district staff do that. East Bay Mud has a series of sensors throughout the system, and from that they do calculations, fluid dynamic calculations with regard to system performance. And from there, they use, when the system is not performing to the manner that they calculate it should, then they go do non-invasive or non-destructive testing to figure out where the problem is. But they are not testing as we would think of it, as in a person with a pitot and a wrench at a hydrant. They do not do that. They're doing this in a simulated environment.
Okay.
I'm just curious why you're saying that. I noticed on my street this week, somebody painted the curb red, like bright red. Who does that? We do that? East Bay Mud?
City. We don't paint curbs, so that's the city.
Oh, the city came out and did that?
So we paint the bonnet and the cap.
Yeah.
We exercise the valve. We lube the cat so it'll come off and
Okay.
record. If there's a more serious problem, and gasket replacement, it's a minor leak. If there's a more serious problem, then that comes, Steve tracks those, and then those are forwarded off to the responsible entity. If it's say a tree that's encroaching, that's the property owner. If it's something that's fundamentally wrong with the hydrant, you'll often see hydrants with a black plastic bag over them. That's the East Bay Mud symbol. This is out of service for some reason or another.
We want to make sure that we can turn that hydrant wrench and open the hydrant. And a lot of times there's dirt and debris and vegetation that grows around it. And so we will take care of that and make sure that that is all clear. We'll dig it out and make sure that the hydrant is operational.
Do the firefighters on engines or the truck have this information on laptops or phones or?
Yes, they can access it on the apparatus iPad or iPhone.
Okay.
And if they wanted to, they could also log in if they had the app on their own mobile device. Yeah.
Really cool.
On one of the prescribed burns that I helped Dennis and the chief out with maybe a year or two ago up on Bear Ridge. I think Dennis asked me to notify a couple of the neighbors, and I came across a guy who had a swimming pool and a private hydrant up there at the top of that hill. It wasn't clear to him that the fire department knew about that,
We know.
but you know about that.
You're talking top of Sunnyside.
Are there a number of other private hydrants like
Well,
that
this isn't
in
a-
the MFD? And are those incorporated into your database and your mapping?
So we have a number of tanks. They're all labeled with MOFD water supply. You may have seen there's one in Canyon specifically. The one in Sunnyside that I believe you're referring to.
That's a private swimming pool, a private
The
thing. that you
swimming pool
put
is
in.
private. And we're from aerial, when there's a pool there. But that was actually a standpipe to be pumped from the bottom of the hill to get water up. So it is a dry barrel standpipe. And at the bottom of the hill where the source is, it's adjacent to a fire hydrant. So the operational procedure, you plug into the hydrant and then you pump the standpipe from the bottom. Just at the top, the outlet looks like a hydrant.
Okay.
Also, the wharf hydrant being incorrectly identified as a private, non-standard hydrant. In this case, it happens to be a standpipe that looks like a hydrant.
Other questions?
Thank you. Great job.
Great.
Yeah,
job.
thank you.
And then as was requested for an update on the standards of cover, we're continuing to work on the data collection and data cleanup. There are some elements specifically having to do with wall time and ambulance return time the data was not very clean. That has been the issues that were causing the data to have outliers included have been cleaned up. And so we're collecting a clean data set that will allow a better assessment of availability and specifically unit time on task. That calculation will drive everything else. And until we had clean data, I did not feel it made a lot of sense to move forward because we'd be moving forward without a clear understanding of the underlying conditions.
At the last board meeting, the board requested a future agenda item regarding the district's workers' compensation insurance. So at the next meeting, at the June board meeting, I have the executive director of the insurance JPA scheduled to attend the board meeting to give a presentation and answer questions for the board.
And this is previously directed. This is the list of upcoming calendar events. We have of note just added. There is a meeting in Moraga, next Thursday, I believe, that the town put together that we'll be participating in at JAM Middle School, starting at 6:30. But we'll forward that. That flyer was released about a half hour ago. So we'll update this and forward that around.
And then do we want to make a quick announcement about our June board meeting? Will be at the June board meeting will be at the Moraga Library Community Room because the city of Orinda is closed June 19th. And then starting in July, the city has agreed to allow us to continue to meet in the auditorium, which we're very thankful for and appreciative of. So we will start meeting back in the auditorium as we did in April.
Good. Not to be a broken record, but I just want to remind everyone that we're going to have somebody else chairing the June meeting. Director Hassel would be next in line, but I can imagine how difficult that is to do by remote. So I would certainly ask if Director Hassel is still available to do that, if he's going to be present. If he expects to be remote, he might want to pass that on to someone else.
Can you do it if you're remote? Can you?
Director Hassel.
I don't think you can do it remote. Yeah, I will be remote.
Oh, can you do it when you're remote?
Would you prefer to chair the meeting remote?
I would prefer not to chair the meeting remote.
All right, well then you're next in line, Director Jorgens. Are you going to be here? Are you going to be here in June?
Do we have I haven't actually looked at that, but I think so. Hope so.
All right.
Try to be here.
And I'm going to intend to try to participate remotely, but it'll be in the middle of the night where I am. All right. Go ahead. So we're on to.
So now we're going to take public comment for the announcements. And so we do not have any hands raised or in-person public comment. We did receive one written public comment from Jonathan Goodwin, which was forwarded to the directors and posted on our website.
And I did read that. I appreciated the comment and I thought he had some good suggestions.
And actually, I apologize. That was for items not on the agenda. So that was a little in advance.
So we are on to agenda item 8, public comment on items not on the agenda.
Correct. And so we have one hand raised.
They're on mute.
Yeah, they will.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good evening, directors. My name is Mio Mendez. I am actually the associate planner for the town of Moraga Planning Department. And I'm actually here tonight to talk about the local hazard mitigation plan. So I'm not sure if you're all aware, but currently the town of Moraga, in association with Contra Costa County, is currently underway in renewing the local hazard mitigation plan for the town of Moraga, an annex agency of Contra Costa County. What the local hazard mitigation plan is in its basic form is it's a 5-year plan which looks at the hazards that are involved in the town of Moraga, ranks them for most likely to least likely, and then it also goes over the vulnerabilities of our local community. And so why I'm here tonight is to talk about where we're at in our current stage. And at our current stage, we are currently in the public comment period. So what the public comment period does is it allows local communities the opportunity to provide comments on our draft local hazard mitigation plans. And so those public comments are actually submitted directly to Contra Costa County, but access to all that information can actually be found on the town's website. So that can be found at moraga.ca.us/local hazard mitigation plan. At our current time, we're also looking at rankings of vulnerable communities, and in the town of Moraga, some of our most vulnerable communities are communities in high fire hazard severity zones and very high fire hazard severity zones. We're also looking at seniors as a vulnerable community and those under the age of 18. So at our current moment, the public comment period ends May 30th, and I'm here today to just get out the word. And so I thank you for your time and opportunity to speak, and available if you guys have any questions.
I appreciate the comments. I do, it is a special hybrid, so I would extend the time if there's anything necessary to do, but, any questions by the board?
I would just ask the chief, does MOFD aware of that and we're commented on it?
We're participating in the process.
You are, okay.
Any of the board
That was my
comments?
question. Good.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mendez. We appreciate your time and your efforts. Anybody?
Of course.
And we do not have any other hands raised.
All right, then we're ready to move on to the consent agenda.
And so just for the record, I was not able to pull up my online timer, and so I had started my timer here.
I understood that, but Mr. Mendez was actually very efficient in his comments, and I think he was under 3 minutes.
Yes.
So let's move on to the consent agenda.
And so the consent agenda, we have public comment for the consent agenda items.
Let's open it.
We do not have any hands raised or any public comment.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Director Danziger?
Aye.
Director Hassler?
Aye.
Director Jex?
Aye.
Director Jorgens?
Aye.
President Romer?
Aye.
Good evening, directors. As I'm sure members of the public and the members of the MOFD board are aware, State Farm recently announced pending non-renewal of 1,703 policies in Orinda, constituting 54.7% of their total policies in Orinda, or 22.7% of the total households in our community. In the Community Canyon, these numbers are 18 policies constituting 58.1% of State Farm's portfolio and 22.5% of the households. In Moraga, 167 policies were identified for non-renewal, constituting 11.6% of State Farm's portfolio and 2.8% of the total households. In light of the broader crisis associated with access to insurance, it is unclear whether sufficient capacity exists in the admitted market, and many residents may end up in either the FAIR plan or the unadmitted market. We've received a significant number of calls. I shared communication with the board earlier today with regard to residents asking what can be done and what role can the fire department play in helping residents communicate to their carrier an accurate understanding of the risk on their parcels and in their neighborhoods. I've included a summary of work the fire district has done in the past, either as through adoption of changes to the fire code and our exterior hazard abatement ordinances. The current versions being 2303 and 2308 for defensible space and exterior or perimeter fuel breaks, respectively, as well as listed the links to a number of studies that we have been involved in with either our technical partners in the form of NIST or IBHS, or the actuarial and underwriting partners with Milliman and CoreLogic, which have helped us view risk through the lens of the risk transfer industry. Ultimately, that being the average annual loss per million in total insured value that is used to set for premium rate setting. There's two reports in there that I would specifically call out. That be the November 2022 work we did with Milliman and CoreLogic using Moraga and Orinda as a case study about the value of mitigations at the parcel level. And then the May 2023 work done focusing on the town of Paradise, but building on the methodology used in the Moraga and Orinda study, showing that defensible space and home hardening, when combined with buffered areas around the community, could result in up to an 82% reduction in average annual loss, noting that Paradise certainly has no shortage of wildfire risk based on siting and the environment it's in, and showing that a community, even a community with as much underlying fire risk as that one, can significantly reduce its risk. Of note as well, at the time, particularly in 2019, when we brought forward the proposed amendments to the fire code, that was very progressive, and we as a fire district community were well ahead of the norm. However, since that time, things have changed and others have moved forward, specifically being the California Departments of Insurance Safer from Wildfire Framework, which is listed on the second part of the bottom half of page 2, and the mirrored IBHS Wildfire Prepared Home Standard. As I said, details listed below. Of note, all of those elements have been adopted by ordinance in the town of Paradise as their standard. If you are building a home in Paradise, you are building it to the IBHS Wildfire Prepared Home / CDI Safe from Wild Framework as adopted by ordinance. And then most recently, on April 30th, the Woodside Fire Protection District adopted their ordinance 24-01, which established the requirement to remove all combusted materials within zone 0, which is 0 to 5 feet from a structure or attached deck or other appurtenance. And it's important to note that with wildfire risk reduction and mitigations measures, as it pertains to average annual loss calculations, it is all or nothing. Partial mitigations net you almost zero value because a small amount of fire within the walls of a community equals a total loss. As I've said to this board before, unlike with water, where a small hole in your roof is a leak, not a flood, small amount of fire in the wall self-propagates and the home goes to the ground. The insurance industry understands that and prices risk accordingly. So mitigations are an all or nothing event, and the mitigations all is the complete list of items listed on page 2 of the report. I did want to bring this to the board's attention and via the packet to the community's attention, because there is work that can be done, but that work has to be meaningful and at scale. And it's worth noting that things such as the threat or the actual litigation regarding our exterior hazard abatement ordinance 2308, things like that delay our transition, what I believe is inevitable transition to being a adapted fire resilient community in the face of the risk transfer industry making clear that they are not willing to continue to write policies under these conditions in fire-prone portions of California. Most of California is not only fire-prone, but fire-dependent, and the exclusion of fire is part of how we got here. And I would just continue to remind all members of our community that there is no future in Moraga and Orinda that does not involve wildfire. And the way we address that is through adaptation through the measures that are outlined on page 2 of the staff report. I'd be happy to, this is information only report, be happy to answer any questions or move to the next agenda item.
Go ahead. Yeah, great.
Well, I just have a couple of thoughts. So I read a bunch of those reports. So the buffer zones that Paradise is doing, they were big. Do we have any buffer zones around here?
Yes, sir. So the initial, as you point out, the task 1 through 4 report that was initially put forward recommended 45,000 acres of buffer zones around the town of Paradise. At $4,500 an acre with a 3-year return interval, it is highly unlikely that will happen, but it was a starting point. We've done some subsequent work refining that. We identified 2,000 acres within that 45,000 acres. So 4.5% of the initial total on a 3-year return interval would generate 70% of the benefit. The equivalent of those buffers is the North Orinda Shaded Fuel Break, the Tunnel East Bay Hills Fuel Break, and the work we are doing both inside the line with the large private parcels within the community, to primarily the HOAs at those points of entry, and the work with East Bay Mud and East Bay Parks to a lesser degree, and UC Berkeley at the Russell Tree Reservation. The work we are doing with them to thicken the line at the points of entry on the exterior side of the line. So the combination of the two of those things, the fuel break baseline, the non-burnable feature in the form of the Briones Reservoir and the southern portions of San Pablo Reservoir, the Bear Creek Road, and the HOA work to the south of the community, the perimeter of the incorporated area, and the work done by East Bay Mud and others on the north of it, those build depth at the points of entry. That addresses the ground component of fire. The second component is 3-dimensional ember cast. So the blown embers, brands, sparks, etc., carried by the ember producing fuels in the wildlands around the community that are carried in by wind, would carry over the buffer zones we have established and are continuing to maintain through use of episodic prescribed fire. It's the presence of the receptive fuel beds within the community that represent the majority of our residual risk, as well as reasonably significant exposure to risk in northeast Orinda of a fire coming out of the regional park into Lafayette and then traveling through the built environment in northwestern Lafayette into northeastern Orinda in and around St. Stephen's. That is one of the primary wildfire risks we face. However, we don't have the ability to create a fuel break along the line with Lafayette, just given that there's no offset there.
So I think I heard you say that going back and maintaining these every 3 or 4 years is important?
Very.
So do we need to put that in our budget?
We've been making use of prescribed fire and then implementing or augmenting the work done by the HOAs. We've got Sleepy Hollow Swim and Tennis. That hillside behind there is one of the large remaining unmitigated areas that the fuel break didn't get to. It ran along thin line along the top, and the large open area on the end of Dalewood as a candidate for prescribed fire on a rotational basis.
Okay, and you guys sent out a nice email, the response to the people that wrote in and said, you know, what can I do? Is that, you know, it's a very well-written response, had lots of nice links that look incredibly important and interesting. Do we have that as a thing so that we can just refer people to one place on our website that says, here's the answer to, you know, sort of all the insurance questions? Is that already there?
Yes, sir. And so we've prepared a stock response. That response today, something about that message struck me as slightly different than the other ones we've seen, and probably a precursor of what we'll see going ahead. And so that I was road testing the response to see how it was received, and our standard response will be updated to include the links and the language and the offer of inspection upon compliance that was included in that email, sir.
So given that the fire code in Paradise is, meaning the building code, I'm sorry, it says fire code, the fire part of the building code.
Yes,
is updated, should we be updating the building part of our fire code so that we build things that are appropriately safe rather than where we are today?
Yes, sir. We've already adopted, so Chapter 7A is the ember resistant construction standard. That meets almost all of the requirements for new construction or major remodels. There is the creation of Zone 0 is the largest missing piece. We do not currently allow, Jeff, jump in. We don't allow combustible fences in Zone 0 for 7A compliance, correct? Okay. So pending the next update, the combustible fences are still allowed in Zone 0, but the biggest gap between where we are for new construction that would otherwise have to meet 7A because of the very high fire hazard severity zone designations that are already in place and the board's action to establish the wildland urban interface fire area in essentially all of the other areas with wildfire risk. The biggest missing piece in our ordinances is the requirement that Zone 0 be benefit of combustible vegetation or combustible fences.
But can we do that in just because, you know, like we do with selling houses,
yes,
you have to meet all the exterior things if you want to sell your house. So at least, you know, and we're slowly kind of picking
yes,
away at those. Can we do the same thing for new construction?
We can, sir.
With the 5 foot, you know, because if you start out, that's all you can have, then
yes,
people are going to get used to it.
Yes, sir.
It's maybe a more subtle way of, you know, starting to get people used to the concept, because otherwise it's going to be tough.
Yes, sir. With the ordinances, we have the ability under PRC 4117 and Government Code 51182. Thank you. To adopt more stringent measures to meet local conditions supported by a finding of fact. The only challenge will be with tailoring something to new construction will be tailoring the finding of fact so it supports the need for this, but only in new construction. And so that would take threading a bit of a needle to explain why one parcel was different than the other, given that the finding of fact applies. That said, we can certainly take a crack at it if there is interest from the board and I think there'd be two scenarios. There'd be new construction, which the county classifies major remodels as new construction, or truly new construction, which obviously is very, very limited, but the remodels is not insignificant. We also could have it be, it would roll on at the time of a property transfer inspection was required. So at the moment that the home was being sold, that would obviously be a bigger chunk of the community. We've had as many as 1,000 homes out of 12,500 sell in a single year. But that could be a top. We'd be happy to bring that back to the board. We would be eager to see the district's ordinances and its exterior hazard abatement requirements move to match the fire science. There is a pending state Zone 0 requirement that will be out at some time. The legislator has tasked the Board of Forestry with creating a Zone 0 requirement. However, it has not been issued despite having been directed to do so 2 years ago. At some point, Zone 0 will become the law of the land in very high and high fire hazard severity zones, but it is not yet. We could front run that as Woodside has done by establishing our own ordinance, and then we could tailor its application to either new construction or to any property transfer inspection.
So couldn't you, just as a way to thread that needle, couldn't you make it true for all new construction and grandfather everybody for some period of time that didn't do it? That way you don't have to worry about threading the needle.
As we did with juniper. The finding of fact clearly supported the juniper and bamboo within 10 feet of the road represented a risk. And it found that we could take 3 years to implement.
But you could do it immediately for new things and
Yes, sir.
grandfather everybody else. Just a thought.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you.
How much of Wilder, oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Just want to make sure you speak in your microphone.
How much of Wilder is zone zero compliant?
Zero.
Zero is?
Yes, sir.
For the 5 foot.
Or the 5 foot?
Yes, sir.
You're talking about.
Because I was walking around there today and it looked like a lot of those homes appear to have concrete or gravel
Not on all
4
four
feet
sides.
out,
Not on all four sides.
not on all 4 sides. Interesting. Anything else?
Yeah, just some information is I was in a meeting yesterday in another capacity with the mayor of Orinda and the city manager, and they've been trying to have an insurance town hall here in Orinda, based on Orinda appearing in the Wall Street Journal, New York Times and things. And so they've reached out to the insurance commissioner, according to the mayor, numerous times. And so far, they don't have any response for them to come here and do this town hall. But in this meeting, a lot of people are talking about their experiences and talking about things, where people who don't have any mortgages are just choosing not to have fire insurance anymore because they can't get it. Or finding it's very expensive. And as the mayor said, and the city manager said here, at least they were talking about Orinda, but I think it would be for the whole district, is that, the ability to sell properties here and collect property taxes, which fund our fire district, is all contingent about people being able to get insurance. So as came up in that meeting, at least from the mayor, is in her, and I think I can quote her, and as she said, in her 34 years of living here, she felt this was the most critical issue that she's ever seen in here. And there were other people in that room who've been here longer than her, and everyone agreed. So something's got to give on this.
Well, and we have one of the foremost experts in insurance / fire preparedness sitting as our fire chief at the moment. So, because he's has other activities that he's involved in that include insurance. But one of the things that I think I would find useful is, we have our current fire code, and we've explained to a lot of people with the brochures we send out and all of that, what's going on. I think now that the insurance is another aspect of it, it's putting the layer on top of that says, here's where we are today, but to really make your house safe and acceptable by insurance carriers, potentially, not only your house, but the whole community. And here's the science behind it. You need to have it because the various insurance companies that do the testing say, we've done the testing, 5 feet's the right answer. Here's why, here's how much safer your house is. Somehow we need to get that message out, because I think a lot of people, the city council, others, as much as we keep saying it, and I know you're looking like you've said this before, and you have a lot, but I think we maybe not said the 5 foot absolute and tied it to the insurance as much as we could.
If I may, sir,
Okay.
It takes 100 home block to achieve the actuarial benefit. Anything less than that it just doesn't count. And it also takes a clear delineation between the non-mitigated adjacent structures, because if the structure separation distance, or SSD, eave to eave is 75 feet or less, centroid to centroid 100 feet or less, the flux, the watts per meter squared over time of the adjacent structure will ignite wildfire prepared home. The wildfire mitigation measures, the exterior hazard reduction ordinances we have in place, are intended to protect a home from the combustion of adjacent vegetative fuels. A structure burns longer and hotter, meaning that you have to have at least a 75-foot setback, of which there are very few examples of homes that are truly 75 feet in all 4 directions here. So it takes a minimum block of 100 homes with a clear separation. Campo Lindo comes to mind as a perfect example where their risk is fully self-contained to that community. I have walked with every Firewise neighborhood that'll meet with me, and every HOA that will meet with me, explaining how this works, explaining the actuarial underpinnings, explaining the manner in which average annual loss per million in TIV is calculated, and the manner in which the presence or absence of mitigations at scale is priced. And I have yet to get a taker on folks that want to do this. So in the face of our crisis, and it has gotten worse, there's no question about that. And I will continue to deliver the message to anyone who will listen. Up until now, the crisis or sense of concern about wildfire has not been sufficient for one of our HOAs to adopt these measures via CCNRs and enforce them as they can. They generally have the authority to do so, to bring their entire community into compliance. Until 30% of the homes within a contiguous 100-home block have carried out the mitigations, there is zero value for the mitigations. And that's 100% mitigations at 30% of the homes. That is the first trigger point to start to have actuarial valuation. That rises pretty steeply to about 85%. The last 15% are free riders, that there's no additional benefit. I've yet to get a taker on adopting those measures.
So I guess to me, the answer to that is going to be, if you could say to those 1,500 people or whatever the number was that State Farm just turned down, that by the way, if your HOA does this for 100 homes and we actually make it happen, somebody will actually write you insurance other than
A non-admitted carrier. There is a thriving MGA non-admitted carrier business seeking out risk that is overpriced and scooping it up. The admitted carriers will not yet because of the fair plan linkage. The non-admitted market would love to write those policies. The problem has been, as I pitch this to the insurance industry, they say, show me the community and we'll talk pricing. The community says, show me the promise of a policy and we'll talk landscaping. And we remain in a standoff with neither party wanting to be the first mover as we zombie walk off the edge of the apocalypse.
Okay, we could all consider that a challenge to go find a neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
I'm serious.
Anytime, anywhere. I will happily bring my jazz hands and my collection of obscure insurance terms anywhere in the district anytime.
But, someplace like, I'm not saying Wilder is going to do it, but, there would be a huge community that probably has the right number of homes that doesn't have a lot of other issues, meaning they don't have a lot of trees around and all that other stuff, brush and whatever.
Yes, sir. I've addressed the Wilder
you have.
HOA in the clubhouse 3 times on this topic and have not gotten a bite. Beautiful clubhouse.
The only thing I might say, I hate to think that, having people have canceled insurance would encourage them to do it, but I bet it will. So I guess maybe hopefully, I don't want to be hopeful that people get their insurance canceled, but if it does happen enough, I think people are, at some point, they're going to have to be more responsive.
Yes, sure. But I have to note that it's not hard to find me, and none of those folks have followed up to say we changed our mind.
Okay. I'll take that on as a new challenge.
Outstanding.
Would you like to open public comment?
Yes.
And so we do not have any hands raised or written public comment. I
10.2. Q3 financial update and budget review fiscal year 2024.
The Q3 financial update has been prepared. The original budget adopted in June of 2023 projected a general fund deficit of $633,000. The updated projections through Q3 project a surplus of $223,000. General fund revenue is projected to exceed budget $540,000. This is primarily due to higher investment earnings due to board direction to invest in treasury bills instead of LAIF. General fund expenditures are projected less than budget $330,000. Salaries and benefits, including retirement contributions, are projected less than budget $434,000, primarily due to 8 vacancies for the first half of the fiscal year. Operating expenses are projected to exceed budget $105,000, primarily due to increased attorney fees. There's 3 items I'd like to highlight on this projection. First, for the home hardening grant program, the budget is $500,000 and expenditures through March 31 are $260,000. This includes direct reimbursement of $4,000 to 7 residents this fiscal year. Second is outside attorney fees are projected to exceed budget $95,000. You can see in the table on the lower right part of the slide that 25% of legal costs to date are due to the fuel break lawsuit. Finally, in the lower left section of the slide, all transfers for the fiscal year have been completed. The district started the fiscal year with $18.1 million in general fund unrestricted fund balance. The projected surplus would increase the unrestricted fund balance to $18.3 million, which would exceed the policy minimum of 40% and exceed the policy goal of 50%. The other funds listed on the slide all have a projected surplus for the fiscal year. This is the last slide. Staff has provided 3 financial updates this fiscal year. There'll be 1 more after the conclusion of the year. this agenda item is for information only, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
Just one brief question. Any comment on, leave usage going up quite a bit? Anyone? Any reasoning for there or just?
A lot of that had to do with injuries, sir. We've had a number of long-term injuries. Obviously, a long-term injury with that person being off every day moves the number very quickly.
We've had a lot of that, or, in regular companies, at least when you have people that are getting injured, you would go back and look and see what was causing the injuries and see if there's something we need to do to change a process, or I assume we do all that.
Yes, sir. The problem is that there are inherent dangers to the job, and inherent risks and inherent overuse, et cetera. Some of which is, as a good example, it's simply not possible to do a safe backlift of a patient who's on a waterbed, as an example. So there are some things that are inherent to the job. That said, as we saw previously, when we had some time loss injuries associated with the seats in the previous ambulances, we're 10 years ago now, but those sort of things are explored when there's either an equipment issue or a process issue. That said, when you look at the distribution of injuries, a lot of them are simply inherent to the job and exposure of the workforce to those conditions.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on.
Would you like to open public comment?
Yes.
We do not have any hands raised. Item 10.3.
Authorize 2 new positions in the fiscal year 2024 budget, deputy fire chief and office specialist.
Good evening,
Emergency
directors.
preparedness.
At the April 2024 board meeting, directors requested more information regarding roles and responsibilities of the proposed deputy fire chief and proposed emergency preparedness office specialist position. Total cost of the deputy fire chief fully burdened is $494,000. Total cost of the emergency preparedness office specialty fully burdened is $117,000. The basis for these proposed new positions are as follows. Now, the current emergency preparedness coordinator will be transitioning to a role that is primarily focused on prescribed fire as the most effective tool to reduce fuel loading in the district. This reflects a significant increase in prescribed fire activity over the last 6 years within the district. As such, the job duties that were previously held by the emergency preparedness coordinator are proposed to be assigned to an emergency preparedness office specialist. And the new job description is attached. Slightly awkward since Dennis is sitting right here, but since Dennis joined us 11 years ago, in his role, the role has evolved a lot. 6 years ago, we were not burning. 6 years ago, we did not have a fire adapted community ambassador program. 6 years ago, we had 0 Firewise neighborhoods, as an example. As those things have expanded, we have a 1,040 hour cap for Dennis's position due to his role as a retired annuitant. We've added more and more things. As a result of that, this time of year, when we get into these transitory, very brief burn periods, we run up against the cap of his hours or the commitment of other things he's doing. Notably, when we met on Tuesday in the office, Dennis was out cutting gutter glove. Today, he was out burning. So we have competing demands for the same resource. Given the expansion of our prescribed fire program and the value it provides, as previously addressed with regard to building depth, and creating separation between the district, the populated areas of the district and the surrounding open spaces, and the manner in which pile burning provides a tremendous service to residents by allowing the free to them reduction of wildfire fuels that otherwise, particularly in some of the larger interior parcels, the cost of material handling to move the material from where it was cut to where it could be chipped and then chipped and either hauled or distributed would significantly exceed the cost of the cut. So as a way to increase the efficacy and the number of acres that are under management, I believe prescribed fire is the best way to do it. And Dennis is our primary resource on that. He is, in fact, about to be our only qualified CARCS burn boss, which is a resource, obviously, that has great value. Freeing up more of his time to focus on prescribed fire means we will get more acres of black on the ground. Those acres of black on the ground provide real value in a way, particularly when it comes to environmental restrictions. It simply cannot be achieved through any other means. Creating the office specialist would recognize not only the expansion of the volunteer management and the other emergency preparedness coordination activities, but would allow him to be a dedicated resource focused on prescribed fire. My apologies for turning this into a human, but the proposed changes are really built around the availability of a human with special skills that we would not otherwise have. That's the basis of the office specialist position that is proposed. The second position that is proposed is a deputy fire chief to assist the fire chief to plan, organize, and direct designated divisions within the district and assist the fire chief in achieving board policy goals and legislative mandates of the district. Deputy fire chief position responsibilities will fall into the following categories: strategic directions, operations management, personnel management, and public relations. The position is proposed in recognition of the significant expansion of the district's activity at the local, regional, and statewide level. It is intended to further expand relevant regional initiatives related to communications, mutual aid response, and wildfire risk reduction. Of note, all of those are areas in which the district's resources by design are inadequate to face a large-scale, fast-moving fire. If we see a fire on the magnitude of the 91 Tunnel Fire or the 23 Berkeley Hills Fire, there is no way the district's resources alone at any scale that is imaginable would be sufficient to address that fire, which is why it's so important that our regional mutual aid, our interoperability, our communications plans are fully integrated and coordinated, which takes time and effort, particularly as some of our larger surrounding agencies have a large and increasing number of other priorities, which take away from attention that can be spent here. Therefore, the district has, and I believe it is necessary, the district continue to provide a leadership role in that area, and that takes capacity. And then lastly, the district is clearly recognized as a leader in wildfire risk reduction and fuel management. I don't think there's any question about that. However, our activities are limited by jurisdiction to our boundaries. Yet the wildfire risk we face, as previously mentioned, lies almost exclusively beyond our boundaries, meaning the work that we do on fuel breaks and interior mitigation measures is only part of the equation. If you note that our primary point of entry for wildfire into the community is the intersection of Upper Happy Valley and Orinda View, the very northeastern corner, right? As we move to the west of there, we see the non-burnable feature of the Briones Reservoir forms a wonderful fire break that prevents fire from being a direct threat to a lot of the community. However, from that northeastern corner, within a quadrant to the north-northeast, where we expect to see fire spreading during a fast-moving Diablo wind event in the fall, that is all unincorporated county and Contra Costa County Fire Protection's jurisdiction in their role as the county fire district, as well as Lafayette, where Contra Costa County also provides fire protection. We see a similar thing played out in southeastern Moraga and Bollinger, where the wildfire risk posed to that area comes out of the southern end of Lafayette, once again, through lands outside of the fire district, speaking to the need for regional coordination and the degree to which the district is able to provide leadership in those areas and to share the lessons learned and to help, by sharing of this information, help our peers advance their programs to where they all want to be. There's no shortage of interest here. Those are things that the district has a direct and tangible benefit from by helping lead. That takes capacity. Sustaining the level of current activity will take additional capacity. And these two proposed positions are intended to address what I think will be a pending shortfall in the not too distant future.
Questions?
Yeah, I have a few questions. So the first question has to do with the responsibilities of the current emergency preparedness coordinator. If that person who's in the job now, Dennis, who's here, if he happens to be vacation, he's off, do we have a BC or a captain who steps in and does those responsibilities, especially on the prescribed fire part?
It's primarily myself or Jeff.
So, and you mentioned just before that whatever the designation is that Dennis has, no one else has that right now?
He is our only CARCS community prescribed fire. Anyway, it's a prescribed fire burn boss as opposed to a straight burn boss, which is more of a Forest Service designation. Dennis is a trainee pending on being fully qualified of this new designation, and he is our only person who holds that because he was on the cadre that wrote the curriculum, and therefore he was grandfathered in. Confire will be hosting, I believe, the first offering of this class in June. And we hope in time to build other folks. That said, availability is a challenge given that these burn windows are highly transitory. 2 weeks ago, we were in a wonderful prescription until that northeast wind came in. And then Bay Area Air Quality didn't see the PM 2.5 mixing that they were hoping for. Levels rose out of prescription and we lost the window. So these are, we have to have, having someone who is focused on this and is focused on those transitory windows to take full advantage of them will significantly increase our acres.
Is that in order to do a burn of whatever kind, piles or whatever?
Broadcast burn.
A broadcast burn, do you have to have a person qualified at that level?
No, we have to have whatever qualification matches the amount of risk I'm willing to accept as the fire code official. You may recall, we did have an event that did not go as planned in along Pinehurst several years ago, and that had a massive chilling effect on the manner in which we were able to put fire on the ground. So we need to have having a qualified person, particularly a person who is qualified to write the smoke management plans, which we have to burn. We can't pencil whip that one, as well as the burn plan, which is essentially me signing my career and personal wealth away every time I sign one. It is very helpful to have someone who's fully qualified to write those and has the appropriate expertise and qualifications.
So I know, so we're saying creating 2 positions, but the prescribed fire program manager, that's a new position as well, right?
Well, this is all, there's a ripple here. Dennis already works for us, is already employee, is currently our emergency preparedness manager. Should the board have an interest in creating the proposed position, then we would do a reevaluation and a redesignation of Dennis's position with an emphasis on prescribed fire.
So you would come back later and.
Correct. Not having received the board's direction to proceed, I haven't put a lot of time into putting pen to paper on what the prescribed fire burn boss or prescribed fire coordinator, what the job description would read, but we have a clear sense of what the functions it would entail.
Okay. And so the new position of a office specialist, emergency preparedness, office specialist in the Department of Emergency Preparedness. So would that person also manage just all the intricacies of the CERT program?
Correct.
The CERT training program. So the training that we do for Moraga-Orinda, putting on those classes and.
Well, no, that's run by the Moraga-Orinda CERT Foundation. We are as their sponsoring agency, we oversight and the very small amount of money that we allocate to that, we make those purchases. And then we provide oversight and direction. CERT, Moraga-Orinda CERT, as a sponsored entity with its own capacity and capability, are the ones that schedule and execute the classes. We provide instructors and so forth.
Yeah.
But that wouldn't change.
Okay.
It would just change who was providing MOFD's oversight.
Okay, so the volunteers that presently work in that program that I personally identify with MOFD. I mean.
But there's 3 different entities here that often get confused. There's Moraga-Orinda CERT that is a standalone 501c3 that we sponsor. There's a lot of intermix there, but they are a standalone thing that provides CERT services to Moraga-Orinda, Lafayette, and Canyon. Then there is Communication Support 241, our comm support volunteers that carry out a number of things, some of which have to do with communication, some of them have to do with responding to bring the breathing support unit to an incident, help out with our open houses and those sort of things. And then there is LARIG, the Moraga-Orinda Radio Interest Group, that plays a significant role in the redundancy of our communications infrastructure and how that's built. Dennis, anything you want to add on that, or you just please?
If I might, and there is the fire danger sign changing group. There's about 15 people in that group, as well as there was one more.
That is
fire adaptive community ambassadors, which this year we have about 40 people that I'm trying to herd the cats in all those groups.
And then the Moraga-Orinda Fire Safe, I forget the last letter of it, but or Fire Safe Moraga-Orinda, FASMO. Dennis provides the liaison as well as the fire marshal with that group as well.
Okay, so this new office specialist position, basically Dennis does all of this now. So Dennis or whoever this person would be, doesn't have to be Dennis, I should say Dennis, they would only do the prescribed fire part and all these other job functions and would all be this new person.
Correct.
Currently, the complication is I'm a half-time employee.
Right.
Trying to do too many things.
Yeah.
My perspective.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, got it. Okay, and one other consideration is, have you ever considered making the work week 37.5 hours instead of 40?
For what?
Save some money and still get work out of people. What, in a previous organization I worked with, all civilians were 37.5. Have you ever thought about that at all?
I don't understand what the savings
It
are.
would be, well, you save a half up, you save 2.5 hours a week, and it adds up over the course of a year.
In our case, it just doesn't, sir. We don't have a scale. So 2.5 hours, it's $35 an hour, $40 an hour. It's $100 a week, so it'd save us $5,000 a year.
Yeah, that's a
So no,
question.
sir, I haven't considered that.
Okay, just answer your question.
The board question.
I had most of the same questions he did, so he did a great job.
I did want to talk about the deputy chief positioning. Go ahead, let me get to my page here. On the deputy chief. So just to be clear, that would be a 40-hour per week person.
Yes, sir.
And would that, I know that person would have had to, as far as the qualifications, experience, you had to be a battalion chief, and are we thinking that it would only be, it would be a promotional appointment from within the department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As far as for one thing, the educational requirements of that position, I would personally think that just having a associate of arts degree is a little low, and that I would think the educational qualification should be at least a BA degree. And I also, you can respond to that, but I also would wonder about the experience of 2 years as battalion chief. I was thinking more than 2, 3 to 4. And also the possibility of adding in, and you would have to just explain that our current battalion chiefs would have this piece of experience, but in the administration, having to do with, other administrative responsibilities of this position. I'm just not sure that the battalion chiefs really have it, having to do with, some of the other things you have in here for their qualifications. Would they be involved in budget at all? Would they be involved in some of the other activities that you presently do? And I don't know how much planning there's been done with our present battalion chiefs to go in here, to fill this position.
Yes, sir. There's a population of 3 from which we can
Yeah.
recruit and hire for this position. So the intent of writing the qualifications to what I felt was the minimum standard was to ensure that we had the opportunity to create a competitive environment, should they so choose to participate, for all 3 battalion
All
chiefs.
3, so.
Otherwise, we would be writing the job spec to limit it to our single battalion chief who has extended tenure, given that 2 of the 3 of the population are relatively new in their job. That didn't seem like a particularly good idea. It felt like having a competitive process so that the best person could be selected rather than the best set of qualifications would meet our needs. With regard to the budget and program management, all of our battalion chiefs have significant program management responsibilities, and each year they present their budget priorities to the board as part of the budget adoption process. So the battalion chiefs, since we do not have any administrative capacity in the safety role other than myself, they have significant program management. Jerry Lee manages EMS and facilities. Steve Gailing manages training. Lucas Lambert manages operations, and includes apparatus and communications, as well as a number of other things. All of our captain-led programs nest underneath the BCs, and the BCs have the primary, where they have an oversight role. And then they have things such as the rescue systems and EMS equipment and so forth, as well as they're the lead and only person on a number of events. So to the example of apparatus, that includes speccing and ordering things that quickly run into the 7 figures. With regard to training, that involves keeping the 57 members of our 57 authorized suppression positions, as well as our administrative positions, ensuring their training is being executed in accordance with not only the federal and state standards, but managing the budget that's associated with that. And obviously facilities and EMS, EMS involves managing Schedule A narcotics, among other things. So that there's a significant amount of administrative experience and responsibilities that rest with our battalion chiefs because there's simply no other place for it to be.
And I'm sure here in a small district that our battalion chiefs probably do more of that than maybe in Contra Costa Fire or other districts where it can be more specialized. I would think.
Yes, sir. And I'm will include a number of the 3 station departments in our area have a deputy chief or some other administrative positions that can absorb some of those responsibilities that rest with our battalion chiefs because there's nowhere else for those to be assigned.
So just going back to one thing, so we only have a pool of 3 basically, and you're saying not all of them have at least a BA or a BS degree. Is that correct?
My thinking was, sir, the degree is interesting, but I'm far more interested in their interest in the job and their experience and their ability to execute. I would say my history degree from 1997 has precious little to do with what I do in this job.
Well, yeah, but a 4-year college degree, I think overall does have does do well for somebody in that level of position. That's all I'm saying. So, okay, if you have other questions.
Other questions?
No, and I liked all of this.
You know, it's just, it's a big number. I mean, you know, to create this position in our budget. So I just wanted to ask those questions, and then anyone else have any other questions about it, so.
They're all good questions.
Those are all very
We appreciate you
relevant.
asking,
Yep.
but I don't have any further questions, if no one else does, so I am interested in public comment, so I think we're ready for that.
So we did receive one written public comment this afternoon, which was forwarded to the directors from Mark DeWeese, and it is published on our website.
I did read that comment, and I thought it was very well, it was a very thoughtful comment, and I've given it due thought. Appreciate it.
And we do not have any hands raised or public comment.
Then I think we can have deliberation.
So I have another question. If we authorize, you were asking for authorization today to add it to the budget. Does that mean we still have another opportunity to discuss this when we get to the budget, right?
Yes, sir.
So,
Yes, I wanted to, given that there are many things in the budget, and to your point,
Yeah.
these are not inexpensive, and these are significant increase in administrative capacity with associated significant increase in dollars. And I didn't want it to get lost within a very large and very thick budget document. Wanted to give a chance for this to be discussed on its own merits without it being stuck in with a bunch of other things, most of which are very mundane.
Don't necessarily, I mean, we'd have to approve actually doing it also. So,
Yes, sir. So there's several steps here. So there's the
right.
discussion here about whether or not there are specific questions or direction or guidance that would be provided by the board that we would make adjustments here. And this was in response to board direction as well, with the inclusion of the job descriptions as discussed last month. The next step will be first and second reading of the budget, and adoption of the budget in June. At that time, the board can, I would think of it as sort of a signing statement, if you will, at the federal level, to say, we are approving this. However, we are directing, the hiring promotion is fire chief business, but I certainly would accept the board's direction if it were provided, if there was direction to delay filling of either of the positions. In the absence of specific direction to the contrary, I would have authorization to fill those positions starting July 1st and would move as expeditiously as possible to fill them in the near term.
It's equivalent to the training officer that we've had on the budget since I've been
Well,
here.
that's been in the budget.
Oh,
No, sir. It's been
it's
listed
authorized
as
position.
a authorized but unfilled, and there has not been an associated budget with it. There's an analog to the firefighter positions of 57 that have been funded and authorized, but we haven't filled for a number of reasons.
Okay.
So this would move it into that category if the board were to delay filling, as opposed to a position, we have had the position, but we have not had the funding, and the budget authorization to hire.
And the board always, I mean, maybe there's a legal question, I'm new on the board again, but the board also always retains the power and the authority to reverse decisions we've made or to modify them in response to ordinary or extraordinary conditions, correct?
Yeah, absolutely, except with possible exception of contractual obligations.
Understood. Well,
And the deputy chief, if we created this position and one of our battalion chiefs were promoted into it, could they still work lower class as a battalion chief?
That would be subject to meet and confer
Okay.
with the Chief Officers Association. So I wouldn't want to prejudge that till I've had a
Okay.
chance to,
That's
once we have board direction with regard to proceed, we would then engage and meet and confer with the Chief Officers Association with regard to how the deputy chief position, 40-hour exempt, would intersect with the 56-hour non-exempt battalion chiefs.
Okay. And I'm sure you can answer this. Do we presently have a list for battalion chiefs?
It's,
Christine? Yes.
we do.
We do? Okay.
There's no vacancies.
I'm just, go ahead, did you have a comment?
No, I just, yeah, a comment, just, I thought what was laid out in terms of the job description is very detailed and I thought was very well done for both sides.
Thank you, Christine.
I mean, I just want to state really briefly, I'm in the unique position that for 6 years, I've had the privilege of watching our emergency services coordinator on multiple different tasks that he's performed. I have lost track of the number of controlled burns that I have been inspired to go out on. But I will make the observation that among the extraordinary capabilities that Dennis Rain has is that I see him as a value multiplier, as a force multiplier. I remember the scene in the book Tom Sawyer, where Tom Sawyer made the task of whitewashing the fence an activity so fun that it brought out the entire community to help get the job done for free. He does that in the support unit. He does that with our entire community. And I think I would be remiss on the board for not doing my utter best to keep his talents with us in this board. So I apologize. I know as president, I'm supposed to turn over my duties if I feel strongly about something, but I think we have extraordinary talent within this department. We have unique talent within this department. And when we do recognize these people's ability, I think
You just
it's
want to speak in the microphone.
worthwhile for us to bend over backwards to accommodate them.
You're here.
So,
We
do
need
we,
a motion.
do we need a motion?
If there's no, I think I have the direction.
Okay,
We'll
good.
proceed.
Well, then we can move on to 10.4, authorize an increase in base salary range for fuels mitigation specialist and fuels mitigation manager effective July 1st, 2024.
Good evening, directors. At the April 2024 board meeting, the directors requested information analysis regarding the request to increase base salary range for the job classifications of fuels mitigation manager and fuels mitigation specialist as proposed in the FY 24-25 budget. Total cost of this proposal is $38,991 per year, ongoing, fully burdened. That represents an increase per hour for the fuel mitigation manager of $1.73 and an increase per hour for the fuel mitigation specialist of $2.78. The basis is laid out below. With regard to the fuel mitigation manager, there's really two elements. One, the position has grown from supervising 3 positions to now supervising 5 positions, as well as what was not foreseen at the time was the need for inspection support on the issues that have the greatest sensitivity. The fuel mitigation manager has evolved into being a highly skilled and talented inspector on cases that need additional handling, and a significant number of cases that would have otherwise landed on the fire marshal's desk or my desk or before the board in the form of a hearing are headed off because we have him. So there's been an increase in the job duties, specifically the increase in the number of folks that are supervised. And then this would bring the fuel mitigation manager into the same salary range as the other division manager. So this is level setting with the other folks in that range within the fire district. And then with regard to the fuel mitigation specialist, this position was born out of our prior part-time district aides, who did a lot of things to include resetting the fire danger size. As we professionalize this position and we've increased the public-facing nature of it, so they run the chipper, they do pile burning, and they do an awful lot of exterior hazard abatement inspections this time of year. When those interactions go badly, it is not a good thing. And therefore, we have been looking for ways to increase the professionalization of the position and increase retention. Our average tenure is under 18 months in these positions, and there's a real cost in effort and time that is distracted from things that we would have otherwise been doing that goes into training the new folks and getting them up to speed so that when they go out and do inspections, they know of what they speak and they're able to deliver a consistent, highly professional message to a community that expects that, not only of all their public servants, but in protecting the prestige of the fire district when we send out people who know what they are doing. We have surveyed those who have left previously. We have a very clear sense that the pay scale here is behind the regional average by approximately 13%. And we're attempting to make up a portion of that gap. This is 10% increase, which also translates to $278 per hour. That would make up a good portion of the gap that we believe these positions are behind. And we believe at a relatively low cost would increase retention, and we would recoup most of those costs with the increase in efficiency that would come about from retaining people beyond a single season. So we didn't have to train a new crop in the next year. Be happy to answer any questions from the directors about this issue.
Just one, is this in addition to whatever salary increases the staff would be getting based on the negotiations that are going on?
Yes, sir. This is intended to bring the manager into the same range as the other managers and bring the specialists in line with where we see adjacent agencies offering. This would not be intended to supplant whatever annual raise the board should determine to give at a later date, which would probably be effective July 1st. So it would stack, sir, to answer your question.
It would or would not?
It would, sir. Otherwise, it's one step forward, one step back. If whatever percentage increase the board should, with regard to the fuel mitigation manager, if we level set with the other managers and then we advance other salaries, but not this one, we've lost the level set, bringing him into range.
So that was all taken into consideration when these numbers were
Yes.
proposed? All right. Okay. Any other questions? Public comment?
We do not have any public comment.
Discussion?
I'd make a motion to approve the request.
I'll second it.
Director Danziger?
Aye.
Director Hassler?
Aye.
Director Jex?
Aye.
Director Jorgen?
Aye.
President Romer?
Aye.
Evening directors, MOFD has, as previously requested by the board, an overview of the CERT program is provided here. Since 2010, MOFD has sponsored the Moraga-Orinda CERT program. Prior to 2022, the city of Lafayette contributed $18,000 per year to defray the cost of providing the service. In 2022, as part of an expansion of the Lafayette Police Department's technical service deliveries, the city ceased making contribution. It replaced the former cash payment made to MOFD on an annual basis with access to in-kind technical services provided by John Cornell, who serves as the Emergency Services Coordinator for the City of Lafayette Police. He's previously provided a presentation to the board regarding what he does, with an emphasis on technical services to include the fire detection cameras now present throughout the Moraga-Orinda region. The explanation was provided at item 7.7 during the September 21st, 2022 MOFD board meeting. Examples of recent in-kind services that MOFD has received as a result of this agreement include the installation of backup Wi-Fi networks at key MOFD nodes with a microwave linkage to Lafayette PD to provide continuity of services in the event of an outage, the installation of wildfire detecting cameras throughout the fire district, field use of Starlink internet base stations, fixed wing drone support for mapping projects, incident communication support, and evacuation exercise planning support. MOFD supports CERT with a direct annual budget allocation of $8,000 per year, which is used to purchase supporting materials. These purchases are executed by our Emergency Preparedness Coordinator, and no funds are transferred directly to CERT. CERT also conducts a series of fundraising events such as emergency water drum sales that provide the bulk of their funding. CERT volunteers also contribute volunteer hours calculated as being worth $44,583 during FY 23-24 using the federal volunteer rate. And then activities that currently involved is conducting basic training sessions for new members, one of which is hosted by the City of Lafayette utilizing their facilities. To host those, they run monthly update meetings for existing members, and then they support a number of community events per year in both Moraga-Orinda and Lafayette. We also support CERT through some staff time, specifically time spent by emergency preparedness, our emergency preparedness coordinator, the fire marshal and fire chief, as well as suppression members who lead specific portions of the CERT training course. I'd be happy to answer any questions the director has. I will say that when the City of Lafayette was making the decision to move out of making contributions, when I met with the police chief to discuss this, we landed on what I thought was a very fair agreement where they are able to retain John Cornell, who they may have otherwise lost to an opportunity at state OES. We retained essentially unlimited access to that resource. They have yet to say no to anything we have asked for, irregardless of the time of day, day of week, et cetera. And I believe under the current setting, we are coming out well ahead of the previous cash transfer because we would not be able to buy that level of services for $18,000 a year. Be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
No, I think I asked for this to be on. I think you answered my question, so
Yep,
it
I
makes
agree.
it much clearer to me how it's all financed and how it's organized.
Yes, sir. I think this is an example of common sense, one of the few examples, but common sense prevailing at the local government level where they have something we need and a portion of the widget wasn't going to work. The human was going to leave and we were going to lose that capacity. There are layers of stuff we get through that, some of which we don't need until we really need it. And when we really need it, the fact that it's a self-contained unit in the form of a specially outfitted truck, a human who is a technical expert in a trailer full of extra things, plug right in with some of our functions and vice versa, to where the sum is far greater than the parts.
Who climbs towers and responds to search and rescue call outs in the middle of the night,
And
among other things.
brings large broadband internet pipe anytime, anywhere.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Would you like to open public comment?
Yes.
And we do not have any public comment. Item 10.6.
Yeah, excuse me. Adopt the proposed annual operating budget fiscal year 2025 as the preliminary budget. Or provide additional board direction.
Good evening, directors. Proposed budget has been prepared. This is the second step in the public budget process. Tonight's the second public meeting to discuss the proposed budget. Last month, a public budget workshop was held. Tonight is an opportunity for additional public input and additional board direction. Recently, an attorney from Ready Public Law Group reviewed our budget process and recommends the district adopt a preliminary budget and adopt a final budget. I wrote the staff report for this agenda item tonight, so the board can adopt the budget as the preliminary budget if the board chooses. If the board has significant changes to the budget tonight, then the preliminary budget will be brought back at the next meeting for adoption. Last month, the board directed 6 changes. The first was the decreased strike team revenue and overtime expenditures. Staff analyzed the last 6 years of strike team revenue and expenses and decreased to fiscal year 2024 amounts. This is a general fund revenue of $600,000, overtime expenditures, and a net surplus of $200,000 in the proposed budget. The next item directed by the board was to change the budget for salaries and benefits to budget for filled positions only instead of authorized positions. As of May 1st, 2024, there are 53 filled safety positions and 4 vacant firefighter paramedic positions. Then the third thing directed by the board was to budget overtime based on current staffing levels and projections, which are 4 vacancies and 6 employees off work on workers' compensation as of May 1st, 2024. The fourth direction was to decrease investment earnings to project interest rates on treasury bills to decrease from 5% to 4% and use projected investment balances. This was done and investment earnings are included in the budget at $660,000. The fifth thing directed by the board was to increase the transfer out of the general fund into the capital projects fund to include depreciation for fire station, vehicles, and equipment that will need to be replaced beyond the next 10-year replacement plan, which is included in the long-range forecast. The transfer from the general fund to the operating fund increased from $3 million to $3,864,000. The final thing directed by the board was to add $5,000 for a Station 42 fire-resistant landscaping project. The proposed budget includes general fund revenue of $36.7 million, expenditures of $33.2, the transfer out of the general fund into capital projects fund of $3.9 million for future construction projects and future asset replacement. The transfer out of the general fund includes the additional $900,000, as I've explained on the previous slide, to include depreciation calculation of assets that may need to be replaced beyond the 10-year period that's included in the long-range forecast. So that includes fire stations, vehicles, and equipment. The proposed budget reflects a budgeted deficit now of $316,000. Proposed discretionary expenditures are listed on this slide, and it totals $7.6 million. I draw your attention to about halfway down the slide on the line that shows the emergency preparedness budget of $212,000. This amount includes funding for the current 1,040-hour retired annuitant emergency preparedness coordinator at a salary of $98,000 plus $54,000 of strike team overtime to be reimbursed. And that amount also includes $8,000 for the CERT program costs. Salaries and benefits are projected to decrease. Oh, wait, sorry, wrong slide. Now we're gonna go into operation. So we have most of the managers available tonight. And so each manager is gonna talk about their section. So we'll start with Chief Lambert.
Hi, good evening, directors. I will be presenting my budgets for the areas of my primary management responsibilities, beginning with operations. Aside from the salary and benefits included in this operations budget, there are additional programs that are necessary to support our district, such as firefighter PPE, chainsaw maintenance, and our GIS program, which you heard from Engineer Rognus earlier this evening. My goals for the operational budget for this 2025 fiscal year include review latest product development for personal protective equipment, establish a GIS succession plan to assist and succession for our GIS specialist, and update pre-incident plan maps to target hazards throughout our district. Next slide. Our communications budget for the next fiscal year, as presented, is $433,750. The largest expenditure growth from this budget is payment through contracted communications with our services provided by Contra Costa County Regional Fire Protection Regional Communication Center. Our goals for this program is to replace and upgrade our iOS devices per district replacement schedule, update our apparatus modems across our fleet, and add to our purchase of BK portable radios for additional mutual aid personnel. Next slide. And last is our apparatus budget that is expected to increase roughly $47,500, largely due to the increases in labor costs and replacement parts for our vehicle repairs and ongoing maintenance. Our goals for next fiscal year for apparatus program is to provide prompt preventative maintenance to reduce future major repairs and apparatus replacement, refine apparatus maintenance program to create efficiency with program managers and outside vendors, and last, acquire and upfit 2 cab and chassis for frontline ambulance remounts. And I will also note, just for mention, we just took delivery of one of the 2 ambulances that just came back from the manufacturer that was a remount, with some more updates to follow at a next meeting with some pictures to follow. available for any questions.
And a personal visit when they're
Of
ready.
course, we can schedule and
Yeah.
so forth, communications to follow. Director Danziger, I wanted to follow up with one request or question that you had in regards to our capital budget from last meeting. It was in regards to the ventilation fans that were
Yeah.
budgeted. Ventilation fans are fans that we carry on our apparatus that remove superheated gases or products of combustion in residents or in structures. Our current fans are combustion engines. With updated technology and updated battery power, there's now electric fans that do not also produce products of combustion and do not provide that into the structure. So this would be an upgrade from our current application, and that's what is budgeted for the capital
Oh. Do
ventilation
they
fans.
carry those on an engine regularly?
Yes, sir. Primarily on our truck
Oh,
is where we have them, although we do have them strategically placed in other areas in the district as well. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
For EMS, next year's proposed budget, 245,000, includes updating our EPCR program, moving us off a Zoll platform that is no longer being updated and is decaying rapidly, moving us into next generation of patient care reports that will streamline our provision of service and will save time, freeing up folks to do other things. Also working on additional local scope of practice upgrades for our paramedics, more to follow on that. But there are some interesting opportunities to increase the level of care we provide to our residents and match some of our local conditions that we'll be working to roll out. And then lastly, evaluating and updating our paramedic evaluation process associated with the 5-call when we're hiring and screening new paramedics. If anything we can do to increase the efficiency of that particular role, we can train good firefighters over time. We're the fire department, we're good at that. Training good paramedics after we had hired them is very difficult. So anything we can do to increase the efficacy of our paramedic evaluations has the potential to pay extraordinary long-term gains, so we don't have an issue with hiring and training a firefighter and then discovering we have a problem with their paramedic skills that we are not well suited to train over time. So potential second and third order effects with regard to continuity of the workforce and to retention of newly hired firefighter paramedics by increasing that particular process. And next stop, please. In sports services, this is the proposed budget for our fire stations. We have a number of projects that are due. 44 is due for a upgrade to the counters. There's ongoing maintenance with a number of these stations. And then at 45, some of that is pending progress with the remodel. That is for projects that are outside of the area of the station that would otherwise be remodeled. So we're not going to replace the cabinet facing as an example right before we tear off the kitchen. So the work has been coordinated. Generally speaking, there is an increase in the cost of service and supplies associated with operating the fire stations. Admin's going down based on some one-time repairs with the HVAC system. Sure.
One question on station 45. On one of the schedules that shows the 3 million transfer attached to station 45. That I assume is just merely the 3 million that we transferred out of the general fund. But that's not what it'll cost us, I assume. For the last discussion we had, I thought it was in $1 million, $2.5 million.
We'll get that. So the Station 45 remodel project is part of the capital projects budget, which is one of the slides toward the end. So we just hold, and I think it'll be clear.
And to ask the overarching question, though, sir, we don't know what it's going to cost.
That was.
Yes, sir. And historical data is not particularly useful at this particular time, given how dynamic construction, particularly government construction, has been over the last several years. We don't know what the budget will be yet. We will know as we move farther down the process, and we will have a chance, the board will have a chance to provide input. Right now, though, we are taking very much blind guesses about the cost of that project.
Okay.
Well, I know we're not there yet, but I guess I would like to see the list of things we're planning on doing.
Yes, sir.
So, because, it's doubled in, well, I know we're guessing, but it's still doubled, and it's a really big number given that there aren't any
Yes, sir.
structural changes. So $3 million on what must be, you know, a couple thousand square feet is a lot of money under any way you want to think about it. It's sort of 10 times the cost I would have expected.
Totally agree, sir. I would put very little, I have very little certainty that $3 million is the right number, other than to say, I have a high degree of certainty the number will not be higher than 3 million, but there will be an opportunity for the board to provide input on the scope of the project with regard to what we are proposing to do and the decisions that will drive the cost once we have a better understanding of costing. Right now, we simply don't know, and it is hard to find a comparable of a similar 4,000 square foot space built in 1967 in downtown Orinda with zero setbacks on top of a subterranean basement with cast in place concrete.
Well, all that's interesting, except if you're not going to do any structural changes, all that's irrelevant.
Unless it is, sir. I mean, the problem is we don't know. And we will know, and the board will have opportunity to provide comments on that as we move forward in the process before any commitments are made or before any construction funds are obligated.
But before we, you know, I assume we're going to hire an architect at
Yes,
some
sir.
point. So before we hire the architect, or somehow we need to have a more, to me, in my opinion, a more back and forth process as we're going on here. Normally you meet with an architect, they say, oh, it's going to cost this much. And you go, okay, well, I can't afford that, so I want to do this. You know,
Yes, sir.
Many of us have built homes and other things, and it's the same kind of a concept, and it's usually an iterative process,
Yes, sir.
unless there's a, look, we have to have it, and here's all the things it has to do, so we don't have any choice, which might be true. But I guess I'd like to have us be more involved in kind of that thinking process, and usually architects have some idea what things cost.
Yes, sir. We just haven't gotten to that. I agree with all that. We still need to get the RFP out for the architect to write the bridging documents, which will be how we build out the scope and how the decisions about what's included, excluded, et cetera, are made. And we get it. And those decisions will be made informed by a sense of what those decisions would cost. Right now, we haven't gotten the RFP out the door to retain the architect who will facilitate that process and will be able to provide informed, not quotes, but general range estimates about if you do this, that will drive this cost, so that we don't creep our way into a project that exceeds what we're willing to pay. But right now, we just haven't gotten to that stage in the process yet.
So we haven't even hired an architect yet, and it's the middle of May, and our fiscal year ends in a month and a half.
That money's not going to be spent this year.
No way in heck we're going to spend it next year, the $3 million.
Yes, sir. But if it's in capital, it's in capital. So I don't know.
Okay, I'm just saying that.
Yes, sir. I don't think that's an incorrect assumption to make. I had hoped that the bridging RFP was going to be posted in November, but here we are. And
that's a big part of I guess my point is, that's a really big part of our budget and our
Yes, sir.
deficit and all kinds of fun things. And so, you know, when we were worried about having a $300,000 deficit, the probability of spending $3 million when we haven't even hired an architect yet is really low.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, the 3 million, as I understood there initially, went transferred to build a reserve to cover Station 41 and 45. Initially, I think the number that we were throwing around was a lot lower.
Yes, sir. Initially we were targeting $1 million for a remodel at 45, and I believe 7 or 8 for 41. My understanding, Confire to spend $1,800 a square foot for a single story construction in a wide open vacant lot in East County, which was in the very recent history was the cost of a 2-story station in a metro environment in San Francisco. So there's been significant inflation in construction costs. As a result of that, I don't believe $1 million is reasonable anymore. But as I said, I don't know. The same thing applies to 41 construction costs. I don't think you can build a fire station for $7 or $8 million anymore. I think that number's gone up significantly. But once again, we don't know. That said, with money being in capital, it seems like a very good, we know we will have capital costs, and that seems like a good place for it to be. And what we're endeavoring to do is not undershoot the mark and have to come back and make adjustments into capital to cover the cost of doing business. And next, please. For training, we have a reduction that has to do with a reduction in the number of folks we are hiring. The academy last year was costing us was $30,000 a piece per recruit. So reducing the number of recruits we're anticipating hiring brings down the cost of the training budget. We continue through the work that Battalion Chief Gailing is doing with our education policy. We continue to encourage firefighters and administrative members of the district to not only take fire service specific classes, but we offset the cost of general education courses towards degree. And we have a number of firefighters who are participating in that towards either a BA or a master's degree. We continue to encourage that, as well as fire service specific training. And then for anyone who's been behind 41, noticing our collection of shipping containers, some of the doors and props are now built into that, turning it into a more functional training environment. And then a small thing of which we're inordinately proud is creating we built our mobile fire hydrant. So previously we were constrained to the single fire hydrant out on the street, meaning that everyone knew that when you got just past the dumpster, you had 100 feet of hose in the ground, and that's where you stop. We now have the ability to create a dynamic environment where the hydrant is wherever we choose to put it. Forklift can move it to wherever. So as a training scenario unfolds, the engineer and the captain need to make a spotting decision, because you can't stretch hose, to park the engine in the optimal position to catch the hydrant and also fight fire. And the fire hydrant is dynamic. Small thing, but it adds significant new life to the space behind 41, where we're constrained with regard to training opportunities. Next slide, please.
Good evening, directors. Fire prevention, I'll start with our goals. Looking for a software upgrade for our plan review. That would be for Steve, our inspector, to once he transitions from inspections into the plan review, he has a software to do those more complex plan reviews. Complete a fee study for our fire prevention fees. Administer and expand the home hardening grant program. And the one item that we had talked about last month, the chief and I are working on answering the board's questions, were the body cameras. Little increase in our fire prevention budget there. A lot of it is the home hardening. Did increase a line item for equipment maintenance, specifically the chipper. Since we're using our chipper so much, the teeth or the knives on the chipper have to be sharpened. And when we take them off, we have to put brand new bolts in there, which is recommended by the manufacturer. Happy to answer any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
Do our new tools do they actually analyze things that get sent to us on paper, or do they, what does the software do? And is it AI driven or not?
I don't believe it's AI driven, sir. So it's a computer software program that the plans come in electronically. We put them on the screen. We can measure, we can add comments, we can cut from the fire code, add comments into those plans directly from the fire code instead of having it on a desk and a ruler measuring stuff out. It just speeds up our process and makes us a lot more effective.
I also see it as an increase in service delivery, as it doesn't require, as you may recall from your days building things, having to go to the printer and bring in a giant roll of full-size plans, which is a hassle for the applicants, a hassle for us because we have to store them as well. And if you've been in fire admin, there is a paucity of space, particularly of space where we can spread out 3 foot by 3 foot plans. That getting rid of that table freed up a lot of room that has been eagerly consumed by other things.
Great.
Thanks, Jeff.
Good evening, directors. First, thank you very much for the kind comments. They're much appreciated earlier. Thank you. So the fiscal year 2025 goals are recruit and train new members for the communication support unit to attain full staffing of 25, innovate and support the creation of redundant emergency communications throughout Orinda and Moraga and Orinda. And support Orinda evacuation planning as a team lead. And again, that's something, as the chief mentioned earlier, that I do with John Cornell over at Lafayette Police Department. The major increase in the budget is due to the potential addition of that office specialist position. Everything else remains relatively static. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, directors. The proposed budget for finance is relatively the same. There's just a small decrease in salaries and benefits and services and supplies. So the total budget is $1.7 million. And the small decrease in services and supplies is due to a decrease in labor negotiation budget because labor negotiations are going on this year. Fiscal year 2025 goals, we will continue to diversify our investment portfolio, complete a fee study, implement an electronic document system, administer financial elements of all our grants, and continue to refine the technology used for hybrid board meetings. And that concludes my report unless there's any questions.
Thank you.
Good evening, directors. So for the human resources budget, all pretty much remains the same, except for the services section. You can see that there is an increase, and that will be due to a potential benefits review that we will be conducting. And the benefit, we have not had a benefits review for over 10 years, so it's definitely due. And then for the fiscal year 25 goals, we will be completing the labor negotiations and implementing two new MOUs for the 2 bargaining units, and then also updating the unrepresented employee handbook, updating job descriptions to reflect all of the current job responsibilities, and then again, the benefits review and hosting a promotional battalion chief recruitment. That's it.
Is that because the present list could expire?
Yeah, so we have a career development guide, and we have a schedule of all of the promotional recruitments. And so the battalion chief is on that list for December of this year.
It's a 2-year cycle, sir.
Mhm.
Every position comes up every 2 years, irregardless of whether or not we've cleared a list. Just because we have new people that become eligible, and gives everyone an equitable opportunity to compete for promotional opportunities.
Okay, thank you.
For information technology, services and supplies costs are projected to increase primarily due to software costs. So the new EPCR software is needed at a cost of $25,000, new plan review software at a cost of $15,000, and a full year of Office 365 at a cost of $23,000. And in 2025, we're going to update our cyber incident response plan.
I should note, Gloran has been working with DNI, both state OES and federal resources to ensure that our system is regularly red teamed, and that we don't publish their reports because obviously it's a sensitive issue, but we regularly are working with external players, usually without DNI being aware of it, who are probing our system, applying best practices and lessons learned for where other attacks have been successful. This is an area where rapidly, if you are not at the table, you are on the table. And some very obscure districts have had their files locked out, held ransom for some very small amounts, suggesting that the idea that we're so small, we're under the radar, which was previously the conventional wisdom, now means you're so small, you are absolutely on the radar, because those are the only places left that haven't hardened their systems. Obviously, this is very dynamic, so we are continuing to stay ahead.
Other fire departments in California or else?
I was thinking specifically things like mosquito abatement districts in places you've never heard of, with an annual budget of less than $1 million, are getting their files locked up and are ransoming them free for something as low as $4,000, suggesting that there is a hacker somewhere who's hungry.
Are these attackers from inside our country or out?
I don't know, sir. I think they're very opportunistic. A large element of these emanate from overseas just because of the difficulty with law enforcement in those settings. That said, I don't think, I think there's plenty of domestic hacking as well.
Good. All right.
I was going to just comment, in the audit committee, we discussed this as the #1 issue of audit committees across all, big and small. And So we had some interesting discussion with the auditors in terms of what they're gonna do in connection with the audit. But, you know, I think Glorianne has already done a lot of things on it. You know, I thought I was very impressed with what she's done so far to.
Been very proactive, and I would particular emphasis on the degree to which Glorianne has sought out opportunities from other government entities that provide this as a free service as part of their mandate. And many of them, I think, were grateful for the phone call, as in they're not getting a whole lot of calls for their services from local government because folks just aren't aware of it and they're busy keeping the lights turned on. As we've been very proactive in seeking them out and availing our IT system of the benefit of their simulated attacks.
Good job. Great, good to hear.
And, you know, with respect to our vendor does a good job of providing and doing the best, but having that stress tested by disinterested third parties seems like a very good idea.
So this is the slide I was referring to at the end for the capital projects fund. So in the proposed budget, there is $3 million for the Station 45 remodel project. Then there's also money to purchase 2 ambulances, a fire chief vehicle, and the fan. So any questions on the capital projects?
So that is two where I understand we're getting 2 ambulances. We already got one. We're getting another one soon. This is 2 additional ones.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because it takes years, is that?
No, sir. So we have 2 issues that
Okay.
we have 2 frontline gas E350 van models that are at the end of their service life. They're over 100,000 miles, and those gas are the medium duty-ish, more like light duty. They're at the end of their service life. They're up for replacement. The current, that is next year's. The current year was the reboxing of the
that's
medium duty
rebboxing.
Navstars to the F450 diesel chassis.
Okay.
So this will be moving we'll be out of the ambulance purchasing business for a period of time. The gas rigs served their purpose, but they're getting very long in the tooth. And the Navstars were simply we made a mistake when we bought those back in 16. But that said, one of them, we're in the process of repurposing the Navstar into the world's greatest stateside utility vehicle that will get years of life out of. So there's a silver lining to that.
And as we discussed before, the 3 million is really more than it's specifically oriented toward the remodel. It's sort of earmarked for that, but it's really just going into the capital.
Yes, sir. It would not surprise me as a ballpark if we came in at the $1.5 million mark on the remodel. That might be low, but in which case the remaining 3 million still in capital would be allocated to our next fire station construction budget, and it will carry forward. That we have capital needs in the form of major ones in the form of 45 and 41 that are going to consume a lot of time and money over the next several years. Anything that's not spent on the 45 remodel, I would propose, remains in capital and just slides to our next construction project.
When you say 41, you're including admin in there too, right?
To be determined, sir. The site just doesn't work, given that our attempts to secure a new location have not worked, and we do not have an option for that. The site does not work for a fire station with the capacity we need, and parking for the folks at that fire station, and a training ground. I would desperately like to shoehorn a classroom into that space as part of the project, as part of the training center, which means it is simply not possible to fit a modern fire station. A modern fire station is significantly larger footprint than the 1967 station that was built when 15 years before there were women in the fire service in Moraga and the daily staffing of 2. So we'll have a larger footprint from that fire station, and we don't have a lot of space there. To be determined, but it would be my very strong recommendation, very clearly for someone else to decide in the future, that admin be moved to an offsite location.
So when we talk about, whenever we refer to 41, we're only talking the fire station, where
Correct.
admin would be a separate whole.
Correct. And there are a variety of opportunities to include renting commercial space, buying an existing commercial building, which we've been approached about some people who are interested in selling, wondering if we were interested. So there are other options for admin. In a way, there are not other options for a fire station.
Gotcha. Okay.
This graph shows reserves since 2021. You can see in the last column that based on the proposed budget, total reserves would increase in 2025. The purple section of the graph represents general fund reserves, which would decrease 316,000. Capital projects fund reserves would increase at 1.3 million, which is represented by the blue section. The red section represents the pension and OPEB trust funds. These reserve funds are increasing due to annual contributions and investment earnings. This is the last slide. Board direction is requested regarding the proposed budget.
I have one question right now. Earlier in this meeting, under the consent calendar, we authorized the purchase and installation of fire station alerting systems. Is that from the current budget or next year?
Current year budget, sir, the board has previously approved the budget for that and the project. However, since the acquisition price exceeded my purchasing authority of $100,000, it comes to the board for review. We placed it on consent since it was previously discussed and
Okay.
approved as part of the budget process.
Got it.
Obviously, the board's pleasure to be able to pull it off, but that was previously approved as part of the current year budget, sir.
I'd like to go like way back. I wasn't asking questions before when you were going through the presentation. When we had the list of new purchases, the body cameras are on there and you know that slide like way back there. Yeah, I'd like to kind of look at some of these items on here. And I'll just start at the very bottom, body cameras, because you weren't here last meeting,
Yes, sir.
but we had quite a few questions about body cameras. And the need for body cameras and everything else that goes along with body cameras. I mean, I don't know that much about them. I know police use them
Yeah.
regularly. I don't know. I checked only where I used to work and they don't use body cameras. I just wondered about the use of body cameras in the fire service and does it trigger, policies? And I'm sure it does. A lot of other, peripheral programs and policies connected to that. And I just wondered about what is that? I'll just start at the bottom. And we
Yes,
can-
sir, absolutely. So we've had a number of cases, one that included me, where our inspectors have been out doing their job of inspecting and have been accused of either abusive or unprofessional conduct. Or so the claim is that the person was acting inappropriately, or we have had assertions that the condition that was noted was not present. And on a couple of these has become very contentious and has resulted in a significant delay in the process, all of which have borne out that we were not doing the wrong thing, with two very notable exceptions, and one involving a former district aide, another involving a former district specialist.
Right.
The intent of the proposal, with all the wraparounds that would go with that, you cannot walk around reporting people without having a policy for it and without having an explanation of what you're doing included. That is well understood, and it would not be hard to adopt best practices given how mature the body program is writ large. The intent behind our belief that body cameras would be beneficial and be useful is the number of times that we have had either an accusation of misconduct on the part of the inspector or an accusation that the condition was not present, and that having the ability to record it, I don't see a downside to it, and I see a significant upside with regard to the amount of time and staff time and effort it takes to run down whether or not the accusation has merit. In some of these cases, it has become very clear that the accusation was made to distract from the underlying violation that was present. That is disappointing. We wish that weren't the case, but given that we take them very seriously, having the ability to run the tape back and see, was our inspector abusive, rude, overbearing, using profanity, acting misogynistic, all of which are allegations that have been made, it would simplify a lot of things if this wasn't he said, she said in a contentious environment where the inspector is saying, I didn't do that, and the resident is saying they did these things. That's the thought. I don't see, having run through it, I don't see any downside, and I see a lot of upside.
When you use a body camera, I don't know anything about it really. I mean, I know what they are, but do you have to tell the person that you're talking to that you're using?
We
a body
absolutely
camera?
would.
You do, yeah.
Hi, my name is John. I'm an inspector with the fire district. I have a body camera that is recording. Is that okay? Particularly now, this is, we're talking about exterior hazard abatement primarily, outside, not in people's homes, anything like that, but we would absolutely include a disclosure that, I have this camera and for, for quality control, quality assurance, I'm recording it, and then we would work with council about whether or not consent to proceed would be required. Or not.
Well, let me ask,
Yeah.
why do we need to ask for consent? If it's an open area and there's no reasonable expectation of privacy in the
But that's not,
conversation,
but that's not the environment in which we're conducting inspections, sir. When we get into side yards and backyards, we're no longer visible from the public way, and people absolutely have an expectation of privacy in those spaces. We regularly inspect in places where people have an expectation.
what happens if people say no?
Well, then, and we follow policy and turn it off. I mean, we're not gonna,
But you don't discontinue the inspection.
no, sir. No.
It's those type of people that are,
Yes, sir. Be one less case where whether nothing is 100%. I know that this has happened on a number of occasions, and it is a significant emotional event that consumes a
Yeah,
lot of
no,
time and
I
effort to run the
understand.
ground.
I understand. Go ahead, Chris.
So I guess two things. So documenting what condition exists, you can do with iPhone. So that can take
Yes,
care
sir.
of one of the two things, reasons to do it. And having talked to friends that are in the police department, for example, they find the body cameras create a huge wall between the person wearing the camera and the person being filmed. And I'm not sure that's the thing. It's kind of like carrying a gun or something. All of a sudden you're kind of in a different category than you were being night sky. And I'm not sure we want to change the view that people have of fire department.
Yes, sir.
Which I think this does.
I agree. The other alternative is to send, which before my time we did with the aides, the district sent them out in twos to ensure that there was a witness to the event. Of course, then that we protect the resident or we protect the member from the false accusation, but we cut our efficiency exactly in half. So this seemed like the lesser of two evils given that.
Almost every phone call that you make, any commercial agency now starts out with in order to protect so-and-so, we're going to record.
Yeah, but if it's for quality assurance or whatever, I don't think that would be the appropriate. If that's the excuse that somebody gave you.
No, it's not the excuse. No, sir. It's well, I guess bad example. My point being is that if there's a recording of the interaction, there's no question about what happened. And we've had as our enforcement has gotten more aggressive and more widespread and moved into new areas. I don't mean aggressive with regard to posture, but the number of inspections we're doing and the thoroughness of them. We've had an increasing number of these calls, and this shuts down operations and one of these accusations is.
But again, if you're going to walk up to somebody and their intent with one of the examples you gave was to say you did bad things, the first thing they're going to say is no, you can't record them. And then all of a sudden, and then we're on the camera for the one person you wanted to catch. Didn't work.
I understand, and we haven't thought this through because we haven't had authority to proceed. I could think of a scenario under which we ask for consent to proceed. If that is not given, we say we'll be back and we'll reschedule. And we bring a second person and we conduct those inspections with two people. There is no perfect answer here. I believe that. As I say, when we have one of these accusations, we lose days of productivity while we get to the bottom of whether or not this person was wrong, which has happened. We have had district aides who did things they should not have done, and I've stood in those driveways to apologize to those people who are on the receiving end. It has an enormous ripple when an accusation made. We've also had accusations made that turned out to be completely unfounded. But the impact to efficiency remains the same. If this is beyond what the board is comfortable with, we can hit this isn't the line in the sand, we have to have it. We saw it as an opportunity to increase efficiency.
I think you can write a consent form. Doesn't have to be in writing, but you can train people on how to present this, both based upon both content and tone, which emphasizes the importance of training and efficiency in documentation, which minimizes. I don't think you can eliminate the concerns that you have, but I think you can minimize them. And I think it's an experiment worth trying.
I personally think that if you walk up to my house and literally my house, right, and you said, I'm going to record this, and it's some guy that I've never met, I say, get the hell out. Okay. But, that would just completely stop any interaction that I think anybody I know would want to have with any agency, police, the fire department, anybody. It just really sets up a horrible dynamic. So that's the thing I'm worried about. So all of a sudden you walk into somebody that otherwise would have been nice. You say, by the way, I can record you. And they're like, okay, I'm not gonna say a thing and I'm leaving.
Yes, sir. No, I understand. The challenge here is making sure we don't create a solution for the 1%, so to speak, that negatively affects the 99%. I agree with that concern. And we're not, like I said, not digging in to say this is something we have to have. This was our best attempt to address what has become an issue, and I think will continue to be an issue for those small percentage of members of the community whose reaction to discovering they need to do things that they didn't know they had to do was to attack the messenger.
Well, I've said before about the chief, one of the things I like about the way that you've conducted yourself over the period of time is that you're willing to try things with the understanding that they don't work for one reason or another. You pivot and you try something else. And I think we ought to take a chance on this, because I think the argument you've made is that the advantages are likely to outweigh the disadvantages. And if it turns out to be the other way around, then we have to have the humility to say, well, we tried, it didn't work out, and we're gonna discontinue their use.
My suggestion, if I may, is, this is a $10,000 line item in the budget.
I'm not worried about the money.
No, I understand, but here's the point. At the point at which you're gonna go forward with the program of actually purchasing these and having policy, which will have to go with it, whole package that will go with this, that maybe you should bring it back as a separate item. I just hate to tie up the entire budget
No,
over a $10,000.
I think it would be helpful to have a sense of whether or not this is within the realm of something the board would consider, yes or no. And if so, then we would fully flush out what the proposal looked like in the implementation before we did anything. If there's no interest in proceeding, we'll hit the brakes right there. That is a not insignificant task to build out the policies and so forth. So I wanted a sense of the board's, the pleasure of the board with regard to this technology before we invested the time and effort in harvesting best practices from law enforcement, where most of this work has been done. But I would be helpful to have the board's direction with regard to how you'd like to proceed.
Do you know, I mean, just top of your head, any other fire departments or districts that have ever used?
I don't, but we haven't asked, not
Okay.
widely. This is specific to an issue we have. I also don't know how many of them send out inspectors by themselves.
It started out being very controversial in the police community, and now it's almost entirely accepted. And it protects both. It protects the police. It holds them accountable, as we've seen numerous times when they do stuff that's not kosher. And I think it's evolved as a tool that the public has come to accept. So my direction would be, let's give it a try.
But your interaction with policemen when they show up is almost by definition, unless it's just the beat cop that's having coffee out front. You've done something wrong. So you're by definition, there's already a controversy.
Or something is done wrong to you, sir. I mean, I think that it's the police on both sides, but the police also respond in response to a victim's concern, and they wear body cameras on those responses.
That's right.
The
intent, go ahead.
I have no problem with it. And the reason is that we have a lot more involvement in mitigation. There's a lot of people that may not be perfectly trained who are involved and we're involving and doing a great job. And I think some fire districts aren't doing as much abatement activity as we are. So there's a lot more people running around doing a lot of different things. We, in my view, need protection of that kind of a apparatus that would protect them and the district from a big litigation issue potentially.
Well, so far, it looks like we're leading 2-2.
Wait.
Oh, go ahead.
I like John's suggestion, and I mean, I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm just kind of ambivalent right now. I just think there's more information we need. So I would probably say I'm okay, but I would want it to come back. I wouldn't want the chief to just go buy batted cameras without knowing more detail about it.
This is a brainstorm. So why don't we try it with an iPhone first and just walk up to people and say, hey, I'm, for example, having a body camera, or you can put it in a little case if you want to. I don't care what it costs.
It's awkward.
And just walk up and say,
hi,
I understand.
For the
I understand
next
your
half
point.
an
We have-
hour, I
Without
will
making a
be-
purchase, we can take a look at the policies and we can do some trialing with
Just
a,
just to see how people react to it.
Yes,
Because if every single person reacts and says, well, you know, they
I
want
understand.
way or whatever, that would give me some more
Yes, sir.
feedback to think if it's a good idea or not.
give us feedback as well without making the hardware purchase. So
Well,
that makes
or
it,
even having to develop huge policies about
understand.
something. Just
I understand the
sort of a
intent.
trial concept would be seen.
Yes, sir. So if I may suggest then, just given that if the board had comfort level with that approach, we could include the body camera subject to future implementation approval. We would bring back to the board the results of the trial along with as a staff report that would give the board an opportunity to learn from or to share what we have learned through a trial using existing hardware, utilizing best practices that we can get from our law enforcement friends.
One or whatever, aren't they?
Well, we can do it with the hardware. There's a lot of simplicity doing it with an iPhone that helps in this particular case. Informed by that feedback, we can then provide the directors a more fleshed out recommendation informed by real world experience before an acquisition decision was made. And if we determined that was not in order, or the directors said it was not, then that would just roll into the unrestricted reserve as an unexpended
And I
budget.
guess for me, it would
Okay.
solve maybe I was completely wrong. Maybe people are gonna say, hey, great, I'd love having a district. But
Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir. I think, and
We'll just agree, nobody ever uses on you.
we'll provide feedback, sir, but I do point out that there is a power imbalance when we send a young hourly employee to the home of a resident of the district who is typically older, mature, successful, and used to getting their way.
Yeah.
I think this could help with the underlying issue.
Yeah.
I can see the benefits. Get that.
Yes, sir. We'll field test and provide some input.
That's the direct.
Sorry, can we go back one slide? Did you have other questions, Director Dancer? Sorry,
Yeah, I wanted to look at that list.
yes, sir.
Well, that's good.
So, let's see. Let me see. The GIS mapping,
Yes, sir. That was as Chief Lambert alluded to in
Yeah.
his presentation. We previously equipped two of our members, Rognus and Kevin Brasham, with the specialized laptops
Okay.
and provided district-sponsored training to get them the requisite classes in order to open the GIS task book, which then allowed them to go out as trainees on a federal incident management team, specifically Team 14, where our very own Dennis Rain is a member in good standing, was able to open that door to get them in. Kevin Brasham retired and is no longer with the district, so now we have N of 1, and the laptops that we purchased in early 2020 are getting long in the tooth. So
that's.
the proposal
Okay.
there is to refresh the hardware so that we've got the processor speed to run current things and to sponsor 2 additional members who have expressed an interest. Raggi and Brasham went into the void of the unknown, are producing things of real value and getting to do neat things. That has got other folks interested in doing it. We've identified 2 folks that have the right makeup, interest, et cetera. And that would be to get them outfitted with the appropriate equipment, get them to the appropriate training so they could open GIS trainee task books and could then go out to build additional depth. As we have noted on several occasions, we have an insatiable demand for GIS services, and having more capacity there would help. Having 1 per shift is the goal.
Okay, that's fine. On the home hardening grants, previously, we approved $500,000. We just saw earlier that, by the end of this fiscal year, I don't know how much we're gonna have left, 200,000.
It'll be 294 is what we anticipate.
So do we only want to put in the additional to make it 500,000? I mean, if we have,
Last week, the last meeting, we agreed to expand the scope of what it might be in this number, home hardening grants, because it included other things we could do for.
This is other things.
for
not
prevention.
500.
Yes, sir. What we've carried forward, the 500K, the board provided direction, I believe, 2 budget cycles ago.
Yeah.
We carried that forward, understanding that this is continuing to evolve. The board has provided additional direction and authority to expand the program. And we carried that number forward. If the board has an interest in a different number being included, we will include that number.
well, what I'm saying is at the end of this fiscal year, if we have, just say 250,000 left from
It
previous.
doesn't roll, sir.
Oh, it doesn't.
This budget resets,
You know,
anything that isn't
everything
spent,
says.
Got it, got it, got it.
it goes to the unrestricted reserve.
Okay. Fine. That's all I have.
Would you like to invite public comment?
Yes. Please, thank you.
We do not have any hands raised or public comment.
Then where are we? Discuss the item. If further questions are necessary.
So
or-
I just have a quick question. So what's the difference between a preliminary budget and a budget?
That's a great question for council, because we previously used different language, and council said in the depths of state law was a provision saying that words mattered. And that what we were saying before, I think we were calling it the first reading, was really a preliminary, because it has to be talked about twice, and the first time is prior to the final adoption.
So embarrassingly, this was Ruben's advice, not mine, so maybe,
So this
Or
is this our
Andy.
first time or our second?
This is in accordance with state law and calling it these things, but it does not change the process that in the absence of significant changes, which I believe unless the board has additional direction to provide, we have not broken the threshold of significant changes. In the absence of those, we will bring back the final reading and adoption of the budget at the June meeting, so that on the July 1 fiscal year, we will be operating under the current budget. For reasons that are not unknown to me, the board is not actually obligated to adopt the budget until October is the deadline. Best practice is to do so in June at the second reading or the final.
So we've actually done this 3 times because we
No,
have
so
the work.
last time was we don't
Yes,
actually have
we don't
workshop.
call the workshop
We
preliminary.
don't actually have
All right.
workshops, but it was a workshop which was intended to be an opportunity for input and more
So that
direction.
doesn't count.
But it,
basically just a preview.
No,
There
right.
wasn't-
but last time at the city hall, the library, wasn't a workshop, that was the second meeting.
No, sir, that was, but it wasn't, we used to call it a workshop. We just don't have a provision for workshop in our rules of procedure. So that was intended to be where we proposed our general ideas. The board provided input that then made corrections that informed the preliminary budget that we put together here. There are elements, there are some elements like staffing and so forth that we snapped to May 1st, that weren't in the prior one.
So how do you have a budget that we don't have any salary increases yet in the budget?
They come back
Yes, sir.
after assuming it's signed in September, October. This is whatever we approve as the budget is subject to change at that point.
Huh,
So
okay.
we approve a budget using what is presented, and then it will be adjusted later.
Hmm. So
An
you have to read
amended
it
budget?
twice? Or-
Okay, so,
Because it's not really the budget then, that's my point.
okay, so the district needs to adopt a preliminary budget, right? And you can do that tonight. And then what will happen then next month in June, the district also has to adopt a final budget. And the final budget would be adopted in June.
Could be.
Yeah, it could be, yes, right. My recommendation is to adopt it so we can keep going with business. But then the other side, but then once an MOU comes to the board for approval, then a budget adjustment will be presented along with any MOU salary increases at that point. So after the final budget, then there will be budget adjustments as necessary.
Doesn't it take a supermajority to approve a budget adjustment?
No,
Because it.
Can we research that issue for
No,
next
it's- yeah,
time, but
I think-
pass
I
a
think they're right.
preliminary
They're right.
budget
Yeah.
tonight? Right?
I can take a look.
Okay.
I don't think.
But I don't think you're under the gun because I think we have another month for you to do that research.
Yes, thank you.
So are we ready for a motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is someone,
I would make a motion that we approve the budget as presented. as a
Preliminary.
preliminary budget.
Preliminary budget. Do we have a second? I'll second. Public comment?
We've already taken public comment and.
So we just take the vote, and this is to approve the preliminary budget.
Director Danziger.
Aye.
Director Hassler,
Aye.
Director Jex,
Aye.
Director Jorgen.
Aye.
President Romer.
Aye. So we are on 10-7. Am I skipping something? That was 10-6, right?
Correct, we're on 10-7.
10-7, East Bay Wildfire Prevention Coordinating Group.
Good evening, directors. At the April meeting, a director requested an agenda item to discuss the East Bay Hills Wildfire Prevention Group's MOU and the email received from John Kaufman, co-chair of the Citizens Committee of the Wildfire Prevention Group, dated March 7th, 2024. The correspondence is attached to the staff report. On April 29th, 2024, the Wildfire Prevention Coordinating Group held a meeting. The agenda and attachments are available on the project website with the link included in the staff report. The agenda included a linked document outlining potential future activities and a draft report provided by an unknown author. Of note, the potential future activities document identifies the following with regard to grant writing in support of future regional risk reduction activities. And I quote, recognizing that a professional staff is necessary, pool resources to write grant applications to fund coordinating group programs. Agencies with known relevant grant writing expertise include Berkeley, Diablo Fire Safe, East Bay Regional Park, Park District, and the Hills Emergency Forum, and Oakland. I'm not aware of HEF receiving any grants unless Jeff is. The document also urges the adoption of a uniform fire code amendments and standardized exterior hazard reduction ordinances. As part of the 2022 fire code adoption cycle, our Fire Marshal Jeff Isaacs led a successful Contra Costa County-wide effort under the County Chiefs Association. The standardized fire code amendments, which have been adopted, standardized documents adopted by all agencies but San Ramon within Contra Costa County. This document was shared with Alameda County fire agencies as actually through one of the early discussion groups held by the East Bay Wildfire Prevention Coordinating Group. The Alameda County agencies did not adopt the standardized amendments that were provided by Contra Costa County Fire Chiefs Association. But we also provided our defensible space and fuel break ordinances, specifically 2303 and 2304 at the time, now 2308, as a model for other agencies as part of this effort. We're not aware of any other agencies that have adopted these ordinances with regard to exterior hazard abatement. Okay. The WPCG meeting on April 30th held April 30th, sorry, it says April 29th up above. That's an error. April 30th was not recorded and the status of the minutes is unknown. And then the history of the previous discussions is included below. As it wasn't recorded and there were no meeting minutes I would defer to any directors who attended or had updates they'd like to provide and any direction the board would like to provide with regard to future action items on this topic.
Yeah. I asked to put this on the agenda because we'd been getting, all of us, I think, received the emails about meetings and other information. So I was not able to attend the April 29th meeting. I don't know if anyone else did. I did exchange emails with John Kaufman, who's the co-chair of the Citizens Committee on this. And I can just give you a little bit of updated information. He did say that they still have not published the actual minutes from that meeting. He said they'll be coming very soon. That was his words. I didn't question him further on that. Presently, the jurisdictions that have approved the MOU are Alameda and Contra Costa County, Berkeley, El Cerrito, Oakland, Pinole, Richmond, and Rodeo Hercules. And tonight, it was on the agenda for ratification by Kensington. So they don't have, just a few questions I had too. There's no present fee schedule. If you choose to join, you can opt out at any time. They're asking for jurisdictions to approve the MOU. At this point, there is no fee schedule, but there will be one at some point. They would ask anyone who joined to pay a certain fee that would pay for grant writers and staff and other people who would help coordinate. I'm just reading some notes that he gave me and notes from the MOU as well. there'd be collaboration between these groups on strategies, policies to, I know the chief alluded to, said that, Jeff tried to talk to them about our fire ordinance and, but they would look to adopt, consistent fire codes throughout. We would partner through grants and planning processes. I don't, personally, I don't see a downside to this right now. There's no, the commitment would be right now is just to approve the MOU. And, that's all I see. I see this could be a good thing. There's nothing else attached to it now. We would have to, once you approve the MOU, if you're gonna become part of the group, you have to elect one of our board members to be part of the group and one alternate. So, that's about all I have to report right now. Just see what other people think about it.
Any other board member questions?
So. Coordination is a wonderful thing, the cost that I know the chief was often worried about, but lots of these kinds of things is staff time. And it takes staff time, the dollar cost is not potentially as expensive or as worrisome as the staff time is. And the record to date, if we gave them our ordinances and codes and everything, and they've chosen to sort of ignore all that, makes me a little skeptical about how, and having one of us, for example, be on a board doesn't necessarily sound like the right kind of, I'm gonna guess most other city councils and people, that are gonna not be the professionals that need to be on board to understand what should be happening. It ought to be like fire chiefs that are there or something, in my opinion, because otherwise I think they're not gonna be informed enough to be able to make good decisions. That would be my tidbits for chief. What do you think of this concept?
I just want to tell you one thing, in looking at their website, you're still listed as being on their advisory or coordinating committee, and
They've been very fast and loose with who does what.
Okay.
I've sent a number of emails that suggested that entities may join, and with language that is written in a way that makes it not as clear that they have not yet. I have not attended an event since I facilitated the attempt to expand the Hills Emergency Forum. David Early, the facilitator, declined to answer the questions I raised about how this would be funded going forward. They're currently executing the remainder of grant funds provided, I believe, by the Coastal Conservancy. It is not clear to me how this will sustain moving forward, given that the funding stream has not been provided. I would note, as I called out in the staff report, professional dedicated grant writing staff is helpful. The $12 million worth of grants we've executed since 2019 suggests not required.
I share Director Jordan's concerns. It's not just, obviously, we're not gonna join an organization that's expecting money eventually and then say, well, we're gonna tag along and not provide our fair share. So it will involve money, how much we don't know. But I think the bigger issue is staff time. And we have staff that have a proven track record in following up policies with action. And I commend every other organization that's well-intentioned, but I think I would be inclined to adopt the same wait and see attitude that we've had for a while. And it seems like we're still at the status quo.
Is there an additional so-called parallel organization that does some of the same things already? Isn't that
Several. Yes, sir. We're members of all of them. The Hills Emergency Forum, formed after the 1991 fire, specifically sits atop this landscape, and the Dablo Fire Safe Council, which Jeff's a board member, also has a significant amount of overlap with the intent, as does the County Fire Chiefs Association, of which I'm the president, and our sister organization, the Alameda County Fire Chiefs Association, as does the California Fire Chiefs Association, of which I'm a board member, all of which have an awful lot of overlap in this space. We're dues paying members of the Hills Emergency Forum as well, I should note. So if this were to be the board's treasurer's intent, pleasure to proceed with, I would recommend at the time that decision was made, and the I would also suggest, just to reinforce Director or President Romer's comments, it is very unclear how this is going to be organized, how this is going to be funded, how it's going to move forward. From my professional opinion, giving a little more time to develop wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. And at that time, if once the structure is understood, once the dues structure is understood, once the allocation of resources is understood, that would be a great time to have a more informed discussion about the benefits and the cost, and an associated discussion about whether we should withdraw from the Hills Emergency Forum, freeing up the staff time and the dues that we currently pay to that organization, given how much overlap there will be between the two.
We need further questions or discussion, or can we open up the public comment? Public comment?
We have one hand raised.
Hi, this is John Kaufman. I am the
Welcome,
co-chair,
John. We know you.
as was mentioned. Mr. Danziger had invited me to attend to answer any questions, but I think he gave a fairly full report of where we're at. We've just had our first meeting, which is the reason why we don't have a due structure in place, and the minutes will be available shortly. A couple of additional things did happen at the meeting. The board elected a chair and vice chair. The chair is Councilmember Susan Wengraf of Berkeley, and the vice chair is Councilmember Janani Rachmanajan of Oakland. And they are the officers until such time as, Susan Wengraf will be out of office in the fall in November, so there'll be a need for a new chair at that time. The due structure is likely to be based on population, and the amount will depend on the budget that the group determines. So there are a lot of unanswered questions. However, they are going to be addressed very shortly. The next meeting is in July, and if you are interested in getting answers to those questions, I would urge you to attend the next meeting. And if you don't want to join before then you're certainly welcome to attend as an observer, as other people have. By the way, a number of fire chiefs were at the first meeting, and we want to work very closely with the fire chiefs. They've been an inspiration for some of the programs we're beginning to discuss, and we would welcome your participation.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, John.
We have other public comment?
And that concludes our public comment.
And I think this is for information only. I think the direction has been provided, and
I think it would be good to, I'll personally, if I'm here, try to attend that meeting just to get some more information, because I am interested in this, and
it'd be helpful. Appreciate it.
and we'll see if, we'll want to join in later.
Okay.
That's
Item 11.1, Standing Audit Committee. Reports?
Nothing to report on the audit committee, I don't think.
All right.
Directors, if I could take one item out of order, a very brief summary of the post-fire reconstruction trip we took to Botania, Chile with Cal Chiefs, if I may. Marcia, I'm going to take.
And that's the one that was close to Vina, north of Santiago?
Just inland from Valparaiso.
Right.
So this is the community of Botania. It's just inland from Valparaiso in a landscape that looks shockingly similar to inland San Diego. Scruffy hills, slightly to the west of here, there's a eucalyptus forest, plantations, and you can see in the top right the remnants of some encroaching eucalyptus. This community survived a fire that over the course of 2 days killed over 100 people and destroyed 14,000 structures on a low RH high wind event, very similar to what we would see on a Diablo wind event. It was a reversal where they get inland winds coming down off of the Andes, and the maritime influence is pushed back. The community sits on a finger that runs from top right to bottom left, and the fire burned coming up from, there you go, Fire burn, it approached the community on the right side here. Winds were from left to right in alignment with the finger that this community sits on. With regard to fire progression, it made a run on the bottom right of the screen, wind-driven fire, and it got into a lead due to a pair of fingers that moved their way down to the left of the screen. That caused the wind or the fire to move into a wind shadow, and it became terrain-driven as it moved up the micro draws and bumped up against the right side of the community, where a couple of things were present that I'll address in just a moment. Wind-driven fire then carried up and to the right off the screen. You can see the ash areas in the top right of the screen, worked through some relatively dense eucalyptus stands upslope into an adjacent community where 400 homes were consumed in a matter of minutes. These are, generally speaking, were cinder block walls with cinder block wall structures with cinder block walls dividing the property lines. So a lot of non-combustible features, however, spread from roof vent to roof vent from both ember intrusion and then from the eucalyptus stands, as well as from the adjacent structures as fire got into the community. As it then wrapped around on the upper screen of the left side of the community until it ran up against, there are 6 residential towers up there where fire ran near them. 2 units were lost. Both of those were associated with open windows. So embers intruded into the apartment because either the slider or a window was open to catch the breeze. It was a hot day, and when the residents evacuated, they didn't close the window. That's consistent with the findings from the Coast Fire in Laguna Beach a couple of years ago, where fire ran up a brush field, and despite the fact that the backyards were non-combustible, entered either vents or second floor windows to catch the sea breeze. So obviously this picture is very dramatic, and it raised a lot of questions about what was it that was present here that caused this community to survive. So with Frank Freevault from Cal Poly, some of his academic colleagues there, and a representative from PG&E who was looking at the contribution of utility lines, I was representing California Fire Chiefs Association. We paired up with partners in academic space in Chile from a university in Santiago to do a post-fire reconstruction. This is a view from the adjacent community on we're now in this picture down and to the right at the bottom of the draw, looking up towards the community. This is looking up at the community from down below. So as I said, fire was moving from left to right, wind-driven fire, but when it got into these draws, it went into a wind shadow, it lost the wind, it became terrain dominated, running up into the community in a flanking motion. Of note, as the products of combustion came out of the mask, came out from behind the fingers that you see running down directly to the homes, the wind carried those embers off into the right into the adjacent community. So the community experienced no ember wash, despite the fact that it was in the midst of a massive fire, because of a couple of features that I'll address in just a moment. This is an example on the right side of the community where fire bumped against the edge of the built environment. The community members, powered by an $18,000 grant from USAID that paid for training, paid for some organization, and it paid for a small cache of hand tools that looks almost exactly like the cache of hand tools Dennis Rain and the fire marshal have put together that we loan out to district residents. They had weed wrenches, they had hand tools, and they had 4 still weed trimmers, just like the ones we have, and they had a small number of backpack pumps. With the training they received and the equipment, they mobilized community work days, and they cleared back approximately 30 feet of non-combustible area by cutting down the annual grass and weeds, trimming the brush that in the foreground in the picture on the left, you can see some brush that was cut back. They trimmed it back so that there just was not the presence of available fuel that would carry the fire right up to the homes. And in these cases where the fire found the pathway through the remaining fuels, and you see right here where the cursor is, there was just enough for the fire to creep its way, right? There was very little to burn here, but there was just enough the fire crept its way through until it made its way up to the wall. And you see center of the wall there on the left, there is a little bit of a smudge mark where the fire bumped up against the wall, and then it crept around to the right where it found this wooden fence. And right here, to the bottom of these 3 slats, the fire actually burned through enough of the fence that it had become established. Right on the other side of this fence is a propane tank. And right at that moment, a resident appeared with a backpack pump and put just enough water at just the right place at just the right time that fence did not ignite and begin to carry fire. But it was the presence of that 30 feet of mitigated space at the point of fire entry that reduced the intensity, reduced the flame lengths, reduced the spread rate, and set conditions for a defensive measure that interrupted the fire pathway for the vegetative to structure transition, which was on the edge of occurring. Here's another view of that exact same fence where there was just enough cut material left on the ground that this picture on the left is around the corner of the picture on the right. Where fire wrapped its way around, it found just enough down material, and we got a pretty good scorch on the fence here. And the same fellow with the backpack pump scored it. That was 2.5 gallons of water delivered at the right time with the right pre-fire mitigations to reduce fire intensity and the spread rate. Set conditions were 2.5 gallons of water at the exact right moment. Was able to prevent that structure, that fence from igniting. That fence would have ignited the propane tanks behind it, which would have ignited the structure you see there. And that would have kicked off a chain of structure to structure conflagration. And probably would have consumed about 2/3 of the community. Here's another example where there was at the top of the draw, there was just enough cut material that the fire was able to creep right until it ran into the non-combustive fence. And here we see how the presence of a small amount of combustive material right up against the fence provided a source of ignition that then carried fire along the fence. Had that fence been a home, that would have ignited. Had that fence would have been a wooden fence, that would have ignited and then formed that wick or the pathway, the edge that would have brought fire to the node of the structure. So as you can see, there was very little vegetation present. They had trimmed an awful lot back, and fire found the gap and found the way to come up. It just happened to run into a non-combustive fence. One of the areas for further study, because I've done quite a bit of querying here and I found nobody who's done an exhaustive study on this, is what contribution a fence, those are 8-foot fences, what contribution an 8-foot non-combustible fence makes to deflecting the convective preheating forces and the radiant heat that travel in bands of a fire that might have otherwise ignited some of the combustible material next to the home. So really interesting area that I think may bear fruit with regard to largely for new subdivision siting about whether putting a non-combustive fence of the appropriate height at the appropriate places, what contribution that makes to reducing the direct flame impingement. This is an aerial photograph of the adjacent neighborhood. Each one of those small little subsections is a structure. There was approximately 1,000 homes burned in that area with just on the opposite side of the draw from this neighborhood. So part of this was siting. Part of this was the community was sited on a ridge that fire passed around, not over, and carried the embers away. Part of this was the built environment with the presence of the non-combustible wall. Part of it was the 30 feet of clearance. And the final part was the firefighting contribution of a small group of residents with backpack pumps. This is what happened immediately in the next terrain feature over when fire became established in the first set of homes and set off a structure to structure conflagration where the vegetation was no longer involved. This was now a structure fire. This neighborhood also, of note, there is a single way in, single way out that you see here. This road does not go through on the top of the screen. And to get out, you have to travel all the way down to a major thoroughfare down here. Fire came from bottom left to top right, meaning the initial entry point of fire into the community closed the route out, meaning that those who were able to flee fled upstream and ended up stacking up in the largest open area they could find just off the screen to the top to ride out the fire. And there were a number of fatalities in this community as well. And this is the agenda from a symposium we conducted with our partners at it's at the bottom left. It's the Urban Studies Department at the university there in the Capitol, where we were able to share best practices with regard to what we brought to the table. And we learned an awful lot from the folks down there who had experienced not only that wildfire, but significant wildfires in 2020, 2018, 2016. And there is work moving forward with CAL FIRE to reestablish an MOU that was previously in place between California and Chile, specifically with the University of Santiago, to do an exchange, not necessarily of firefighting resources, but of fire research. And the fact that their fire season is opposite from ours, it has the opportunity to provide twice as many fire seasons from which we can learn, so that we can see, we can basically stress test theories and techniques more quickly because we'll be exposed to more fire seasons. I appreciate the board's indulgence of a late item. But it was a very valuable trip, learned an awful lot and identified specifically with those fences, area for future study that we're aligning.
What was it, was it the origin of the fire? Did they determine that?
Yes, sir. It was human cause, not arson, but there was, well, there were a number of fires. It was one of those days like October 2018 here.
Okay.
Dry, windy, desiccating effect, long-term drought. I think one was someone doing some hot work, doing some welding. Another was, there were things that caused the fires and there were conditions for them to run.
How many people died in the fire?
I believe it was 110 or 114. Fast 3 days of fire, 14,000 homes. Many which have been rebuilt. They move very, very quickly. Winter's coming, and there are no FEMA trailers or the equivalent.
The ad hoc committee for fire prevention is meeting next week.
How much does a 2.5 gallon backpack pump cost to buy?
I think they're $100, give or take. I
$100.
mean, the impact of those, the USAID funds, dramatic. And we met with the embassy folks and they said, look, we give these things out all the time, these micro grants. And one of the things that turned out to be critically important for the organization of the neighborhood was a portion of those funds bought a shipping container that they use for storage of the tools and as a meeting room. And that shipping container became the focus of a bunch of energy and interest that now had a place to meet. And then they got vests and they got a sense of identity. And they formed their version of a Firewise group. And then it became a thing that on weekend mornings, you showed up and you did a couple hours with the weed wrench. And then they had a big potluck. And so there were a whole bunch of community elements that transitioned. Of note, there were no firefighters in that neighborhood when the fire arrived. They were busy saving lives down the hill. And so it was a small group of residents, after they evacuated, came back, armed themselves with backpack pumps and picked up the fire at the point that they had done that pre-fire work to reduce the fuels so that they could make a stand with very rudimentary equipment.
My wife and I spent New Year's Eve, 1999 in Viña del Mar, which is right next to Valparaiso. So we had wonderful memories of that area and I remember reading about that in the paper.
Would you like to open public comment on the committee reports?
Yes.
And we do not have any hands raised. And we can go to requests for future agenda items. Hearing none.
Hearing none, before, I'd like to make the motion for adjournment, but we did discuss them. We didn't quite have enough time in the closed session. If I adjourn the open session, does that mean that we don't have the opportunity to spend 5 or 10 minutes in the closed session?
Yeah, you shouldn't. If you want to go back into closed session, you should not adjourn the open session. You should adjourn into closed session. And then when we come out of closed session, you should adjourn.
Do we have a consensus as to what I mean, I would be willing to spend 10 to 20 minutes tonight to finish up on our discussion in the closed session, but only if all of the other directors, you agree? Director Hassler? Director Hassler?
10 to 20 with a hard stop at
A hard stop?
10:45. Hard stop at 10:45.
Director, so I have just one PSA for the good of the order.
Yeah, it's actually a good news story. I'll be very brief. 2 years ago, the district received and the board approved a grant from the California Coastal Conservancy to do some improvements at Painted Rock Open Space over in Moraga. We've used that money to rebuild the fence with the John Muir Land Trust, install a water system over there and also some corrals. The good news story is tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., local rancher is going to be moving 40 head of yearling herpers into that piece of property. And I'd like to invite any board members that are interested to meet me at the top of Bella Vista at 8 o'clock.
At 8 o'clock, okay.
Watch the cows go out. Start
Wow,
doing
that's
fire
cool.
prevention.
All right.
Thank you.
The cows are coming home. It'll be the first time in approximately
Cows on
24
Sunday.
years that area will be grazed. And in doing that, that's the area we burned to clear out the encroaching invasive
right.
species. Getting the cows reintroduced ensures its maintenance in perpetuity.
Okay.
Good job.
Great.
Okay, so
Thank you.
the time is 10:18 and the board is adjourning into closed session.
Yeah.
We're doing.
We need that.